for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
This I call, me hate this and people see my hand and I call tuning. And there. Yes, 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 yes. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good night, wherever you are. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan, the place where we inform and educate the people. And also, we hold government accountable. Big up yourself, Tigo. Tigo say me I drink my juice and I carry on. All right. Look, all of you tell me, hydrate, Ratty, hydrate. I want to hydrate the people in my life. All right. Tigo, especially I love. Delroy. Let's see that. Yeah, Delroy, you know, go. We don't focus on them things. We just straight ahead. All right. Now look. Malcolm X said that education is the key. Sorry, education is a passport to the future. So because tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're preparing for the future today. Big up yourself, Jeffrey. OT, still so. OT, there's somebody in the chat asking if there is a bus leaving Mandeville. You may want to answer that question, please. Segment. We had several segments planned, but had to put them on hold because of the significance and the complexity of Drillgate. Drillgate. We're going to talk about Drillgate today. It's a very significant topic. I am going to show you things. Well, the topic says, let me just pull it up here. It says Drillgate, things you should know. Let me see. Log on here. Okay, one second. All right. Everything you should know but didn't. Because you see, this Drillgate is far more than reported. Today, we're going to look at not just the drill, the piece of equipment. We're going to start by looking at the personalities involved. But before we get to the personalities, we're going to start with the company. So we're going to go from the company to the individuals to the process. And then we're going to look at the lawsuit. And I'm telling you, you are going to be surprised because when I looked at the material, my heart bled. And it's still bleeding for the Jamaican people, for the taxpayers. You're going to see how money can vanish. And I challenge anyone when I put up this this documentation to tell me that it's false, because guess what? The document I'm going to put up was provided by these people. I'm only showing you and explaining to you. They were put up by the individuals involved themselves. And so there can be no argument about me, as people would like to make Ratigan the subject, when the subject should be taxpayers' money. So we're going to talk about that. Let me see what Professor Joan, Professor Producer Joan, what you put up for it. One of the hardest working people, not just women, hardest working people in showbiz, you know. But when we say show, we don't mean like show like entertainment. We mean show like show and tell, you know what I mean? Just put things up so that people can understand what's going on. Here we go. All right, you know me already. I said that, and I don't remember. I said it to Prezi, and Prezi just decided that, yeah, I'm going to put this up. Turn a blind eye to corruption, and you lose sight in your other eye. It's that simple. It's that simple, folks. The rally, don't forget, a week from today, June 21st, Saturday, from 10 to 6 or 7 or 8. The place to be, Ronnie Williams Entertainment Center in St. Andrew, Jamaica. Bring your family, bring your friends, bring your neighbors, bring everybody and come. We're going to really reconnect with each other and with the topic of civics. And we have an all-star lineup of speakers for you. I'll give you one. I'll give you one right now. A lot of you saw him on the program, this program, and you asked me to bring him back. Bring him back, bring him back. Well, he confirmed yesterday. He will be there next week. And that is Professor Knife from UA. He will be there. We have some more speakers. As we go through the program, we'll just kind of like, we're whetting your appetite right now. We're whetting your appetite. And as we go through, we'll give you the names of some of the other speakers. All right. So what else do we have here? Okay. And again, donate. Please donate to the Reconnection Rally. I have a list here of about 40, almost 50 people that I have to call. And if each person make a contribution, I don't care how much it is, it's more than we have right now. We're still short of our target. We're moving forward. We still need a contribution. Please go to the website. It's right there at the bottom of the screen. And make your contribution to this worthy cause. Everyone I've spoken to in Jamaica, everyone, JLP, PNP, yeah, those are civil society. Who else? Community leaders. Everybody I've spoken to, they've said to me, this is what we need. We can support this. We can support a discussion about civics in relationship to our constitution and the cost of living, economics. Those two things affect every Jamaican, just like beach access. Just like beach access. So we'll get back to that. Okay, here's the agenda. Drillgate. No, this one is not the one for today. Hold on 1 second. I think, let me go and play the tune because I say producer Jonah called me. Hold on a second, folks. As we would have said, scratchy, but no watch it. I come for patchy. That was the wrong, as most of you might have realized, that was the wrong slide. We're getting the right slide up. Getting the right slide up. But let me just talk about some other things while we get that up. Last week, Relax with the Rebel, I had I had a wonderful time playing some slow jams. And you should see the chat. Those of you who weren't there, you missed an event. Um, we serenaded you last week. Well, tonight's show will be different. I mean, if you love up-tempo R&B from the 70s, 80s, 90s, then tonight is your night. Tonight is your night. We're going to have you up and dancing. It's mostly sing along up tempo R&B because I made a selection that most of the songs you know them. You probably haven't heard them in a while, and you're just going to be singing along, and you're going to have a fantastic time. So you have to tune in tonight at 10 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio and just hang out with the Rebel, and we're going to have big fun. The Sunday program, Easy Like Sunday with the Rebel. Kevin, DJ, can't call him Kevin, he has a title. DJ Kevin Stew informed me that we will be back, not tomorrow, a week from tomorrow. Hell or high water, we will be back. So make plans to join us, not tomorrow, a week from tomorrow. Now, Come Reason with Rattigan, that's our Wednesday show. And this past Wednesday, we had a beautiful show. Beautiful show. We had a fabulous time with role playing. We were just talking about different subjects, and then all of a sudden, got a phone call. And the person launched right into me as if I was a prime minister. And so I just assumed the role of the prime minister. I want to thank Shirley for that. I assumed the role as a prime minister. And what it did was it gave people a chance to express themselves. And it gave me a chance to explain to people what we've been doing for the last several weeks. You know, that interviewing and interrogation techniques thing. We put that into practice. So what I did was I would listen, and then stop before responding, or even after responding, and then say to the caller, listen, here's how the question should be framed. Because the way it's framed right now, it's given me a lot of latitude to go anywhere I want to go and not answer your question. Carol said, did they whip me? Yeah, they did. They did. Two people, well, three, we had three callers, I believe. I think we had three callers. Miss P, Miss Philadelphia, a lady called from Florida, a gentleman called from Florida, a lady called from Georgia, gentleman called from Florida, a gentleman called from, well, he was asking some questions from, I think, California. But we had a fabulous time. And I just love that segment so much so that I will, next Wednesday, Dr. Ben will be with us, but we can set aside some time, and then you can pick any ministry and you can just make me that minister. And then because the whole purpose of it, and some people were saying, no, Ratty, no, explain nothing because them are watching. Yeah, but here's the thing. The whole purpose is to explain how to ask questions. You know, how to do your background and how to set up the questions so that when you ask the politician, he or she can't swerve. They have to answer you directly. And if they don't answer you directly, that's an answer too, right? People will see it for what it is. But we can't just keep these things as secrets. We have to share them. And remember, we've been talking about this for months. So that was like a mini exam on Wednesday. A mini exam for me, and a mini exam for the callers, and a mini exam for the participants. and the people in the chat, because the chat was lively. It was so lively, and like I said, it gave me a chance to illustrate to people the point about good techniques in terms of asking questions and interrogating people. Oh, Lion Paul said, "Mama be the finance minister and the security minister." So tune in this Wednesday, because we're going to do another segment. And like I said, I can't be all the ministers, because some of the ministers are so useless that you don't even hear anything about them. You don't even know what's going on with their ministries. But what we really want to focus on, we want to focus on the big ministries, like Ministry of National Security, Finance, Health, Education. One of the Office of the Prime Minister, where he has like 17 or 19 offices in there. We want to talk about that, and a few more ministries. So you can pick any one of the big ones, and then we can talk the ones that really spending the money, the ones where we can actually point to a whole bunch of corruption going on, and then watch how I answer the questions. And it's practice for you, and it's practice for me, because I have to remember, no, I don't know the questions you're going to ask, so I have to think fast on my feet. I remember, no, I'm not the minister, but I am the minister when you ask the question. So I have to be able to think fast and try and deflect. And remember that, yeah, big condolence for Auntie Claudette. And just remember now that my job is not to answer your question. Just keep that in mind. My job is not to answer your question. Your job is to get me to answer the question, or get me to a point where even if I don't answer, everybody will know. And I love, Miss P, one of the things she did, and the lady who followed her did the same thing too. What they did was they asked the question, and then them cuss me out, and then them just leave. That's one way. That's an effective way of doing it too, where you ask a question where the person cannot answer, and then you just slap them up, and then you just walk off. You don't even need them to answer your question. You don't even need them to answer your question, because you've already provided the answer to the minister and to the audience. And essentially you're saying, it doesn't matter what you answer, the answer is this. It doesn't matter what your answer is, the answer is this. So tune in to that. Again, big up to all of you who participated, whether by chat or phone. And of course, a special big up to our passionate and hardworking producer, OT. OT enjoyed it so much that I was supposed to end the program at 10:30, something like that. And we went past 1 o'clock the following morning. And I won't tell you now, Kevin and Reggae Global Management cussed me out this morning, because they said, look, you're not supposed to be doing a program that long on a Wednesday night. So, I had a comeback. I had a good comeback. I won't tell you about it, but I had a very good comeback. And I know the small boss, the big boss, the real boss is watching. But she started laugh. She had a good laugh this morning when I explained to her what was going on. Oh, what time on Wednesday? It's at 8:30 New York time, PM. Hey, prayers up for Papa Trevor from Durban. Mapi, last week I played a song for you. It wasn't necessarily the song, it was just the artist. And I found out that you didn't listen. So tonight, I am going to play another song done by the same artist. And I hope you stay up tonight and listen, because it's not too late, Mapi. It's not too late. It's 10 to midnight. I remember the days when you and I used to sit down, and midnight was nothing. We used to go till all 2 in the morning, just the two of us sit down talking. And then all of a sudden, you just get old and cold for me. Nah. So tonight, Mapi, stay tuned. We'll play a song by Phyllis Hyman, one of your artists. We'll play a Phyllis Hyman song tonight. So stay tuned for that. Desmond, big up yourself. Paul, Bonnie Jump, my brethren from Firehouse. I know you know that the place. So go on, support the thing, my brother. Jonah Marie, the small boss, the big boss, the real boss. Fireball. By the way, people, Fireball's birthday is today. That's Ed Robinson. And he has a brand new album out. It's a gospel album. Gonna have to check it out. Have to check it out. Kevin, I go play a few cuts from it tonight. And we'll talk up the things because magnificent album. Fittest the hardest, Dread, my brethren. It was nice chit-chatting with you in the week. Yeah? Glad to know you're on the mend. Big up yourself. Mrs. Nelson, hope you're on the mend as well. Bobby De Souza, thank you very much, my brethren. Mr. Baxter, yes, I see that you're getting well. Everybody I get well. Everybody I get well. Prayers I go up and prayers I work, man. Sassy Diva, even Sassy Diva going good now. Raleigh. Well, Raleigh, me not hear from you in a while. You need to tune in, brethren. And if me not hear from you, in another day or two, I'll call you, because I have to check on you. We have to check on each other and figure out what I go on. Danny Goops, big up yourself. And Roland, the valiant one, who down at Jamaica, wait for the thing, him get early. People, Roland left the UK and they at Jamaica, wait on the reconnection rally for start. So, big up yourself, Debbie. Want to know, say, you can't miss this thing. Big up our ambassadors. We haven't met in a while. Because, the focus is on this thing for next Saturday. But we will meet. Hopefully, hopefully on Monday, this coming Monday. And finally, a big up to our producer extraordinaire, Producer Joan. Producer Joan, big up yourself. Thanks for rescuing me sometimes from OT, because OT, if you leave me up to OT, or them say you can't use certain words now, you have to use unalive or something like that. No, if you leave me up to OT, me dead if you leave me up to OT. So, Producer Joan, me just want to thank you. Thank you. And of course, we have to thank OT too, because OT, she does persistent. OT, make sure you get things done. OT, no, Lele. Once there are things to be accomplished, she is at the forefront of it. She don't ease up. Both producers, extraordinary. Different styles, completely, as I mentioned last week. Producer Joan is the kind of person, she have soft persuasion. She will just come and she'll tell you and she'll leave you alone. And then she'll just come back. And when she asks you, she won't ask as if she had give the impression, say, why you not get it done? Are you lazy or something? No. She come back and it's a gentle reminder. OT on the other hand, OT will give it to you today. And OT, as sure as the sun going to rise tomorrow, OT is coming back tomorrow to ask you, what have you done? And you better ready with a report. And then the following day, she's coming back. And every time, if you haven't completed the project, she's going to make a note of what you did and what needs to be done. And believe me, before you can finish that project, she will have another one ready for you. So, people, I am truly blessed and extremely grateful for these two outstanding women in my life. Truly blessed, truly grateful. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thanks to both of them. All right. So, we have today, we never fit. 1 second, please. This is all right, Sita. Here is the flyer for the event next week, Saturday. And that's the Q code. If you want to donate, I'll leave it up there for a little bit so that you can do whatever is necessary to get the code and go in and make your donation. And OT, just so you know, Troy called me and he's ready. So I told him that, I'll reach out to him later on. So that's where we are. So let me just take a sip of this while I leave that hanging for a few minutes and then do what you need to do. Oh, Kevin has shown me something. Right? Oh, Kevin, what is that? They're supposed to go to the top right or the one in the center? Isn't it the same thing? Oh, he's showing me. Kevin is doing this. I don't know if you can see the. Yeah. So which one? Which one should they? Which one should? Which is it? Is it this one or that one? Okay. People, Kevin is indicating to me that if you're looking at the screen, it's the code to the top right. So why do we have the one in the center? This big one right here, Kevin. It's forget about the question to Kevin. It is the one. It is the one top right. Oh, okay. There it is. He's saying leave it up. And so, but slow, Kevin. I'm slow. I'm slow today. Slow most of the time. Hold on a second, folks. Say, producer Jonah called me again. Hold on.
Eyes, know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Open up your eyes and see for yourselves. Open up your eyes, know for yourselves. All right. Happy Father's Day in advance to all of the fathers them out there, including mothers who are fathers, because we know we have a lot of single female household, or single female households where the mother, she have to take care of everything. We have too many, as a matter of fact. And hopefully as a community, we can do something about that. We can't just have it generation after generation after generation. Our men need to step up and take responsibility. And that's all I'm going to say about that. But again, happy Father's Day to the fathers and the mothers who are fathers. Oh, that's the quote I mentioned. Turn a blind eye to corruption and you lose sight in your other eye. Here are the topics for today. Drill-gate, everything you should know but didn't. Fertilizer-gate. The Fertilizer-gate is a very interesting story, and it's been prepared now for the last several weeks, and I just cannot get to it. And I've spoken to PNP and JLP about this particular topic because it concerns both of them. In a certain context, for the same reason. But we'll get to that. I don't think we're going to get to that today. Don't think we're going to get to that. If we can, we will. Then we're going to talk about the future of culture and creative industries. We have Dr. I'm terrible with names, so bear with me, folks. We have Dr. Here we go. Dr. Deborah Hickling Gordon. She's coming today to talk about the future of culture and creative industries. I'm looking forward to it because it's an interesting mix. Culture, creative industries. Never heard it quite expressed. I think I know where she's going with it, and I've read some things about her portfolio. So I'm anxiously looking forward to having her on the program because I want to learn about this. I don't know much about it. I will after we have our discussion with her. And then the Auditor General, why is the position disposable now? Why no? Because it's been in the law since 2017, and nobody complained about it until recently. So is it the position or is it the person? We know they're trying to get rid of the position, but are they trying to get rid of the position because of the person and what the person has done and continues to do? We'll get to that. And by the way, we're going to have as our special guest, we have two guests today. We have Dr. Deborah Hickling Gordon, and we also have Danielle Archer, one of my favorite people. She's on today because her organization put out 2 press releases and they cover a wide range of topics. And she's going to come on and explain a lot about these topics so that we can all walk away knowing a lot more than we started out. We're going to be smarter at the end of her segment. I promise you that. And let me see what else. Of course, I am here. DJ Kevin Stew. Kevin, why you there? He's in the background, folks. I can tell you. Some technical difficulties, but nothing that Kevin cannot handle. So, as he said to me today, when he just before we started and he explained the problem, and I said, Kevin, what you do? And he said, Kevin Stew, Kevin Stew, my name, so we can handle any problem. And believe me, I have supreme confidence in the man. He's gonna get it done. There, our guests right there. Of course, the engagement norms, active listenership, use your time effectively, be present, speak and comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint, celebrate others' contributions, and last but not least, enjoy the experience. And just so you know, we have our monitors, and they're sitting there watching to ensure that we don't have any disruptions. So, because we don't want that around here, we just want to move straight into what we're doing, educate our people, and then we go from there. Yeah, man, Kevin a genius, Nerine. Kevin a genius plus. Take it from me. Now, here's where we start. It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. Now, with the drill gate, I'm going to start, but here's the thing. Our 2 guests, they will come on before I can finish it. So we're just gonna take it in, piece by piece for drill gate. So I need all of you to go get your pen and your paper, because you're going to need them to understand what's going on. And when I say understand, not that you won't listen to me and understand, but I need you to write things down so that you can go back to it and you can refresh your recollection if you don't want to rewatch the program, and then you can share the information with your neighbors, your family, and your friends. I need you now to go get your pen and paper. Please, people, go get your pen and paper. And see this, it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. It is so profound. It is so true. It is so true. And you know it. All of you know it. Every single one of us, we have been fooled at some point in time, whether it's an emotional relationship, a business relationship, or whatever it is. We have been tricked, all of us. And how many times have we been tricked? And then when people say, boy, you get tricked, you say, no, you continue to believe. And some of us will never disbelieve. We will continue to believe. So I just want you to remember that. And think about it in your own life. And then you can let me know whether or not it's true. This saying here, it's easier to fool people and to convince them that they have been fooled. Look at how many promises have been made by the government. And they fooled people by showing them, if they made 1,000 promises, they fooled people by putting up 250 and said, here's what we've done. And we're so distracted, we're following the shiny object. We're not paying attention, because if we were, we would say, what about the 750 that you didn't do? The 250, okay, you told us you were going to do it. You do it. Yeah. Big up yourself, Missy. So we have some more things. This is just an introduction. We haven't played this in a while. It's worth playing now before we start.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Remember that, people. Do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. Now, I'll tell you this. Drillgate is hard. When I say hard, it's hard to really compress because there's so many angles leading to and from it. But let me start. Let me try and do it this way, right? And I'm gonna go I'm gonna go slow. So I just need you to just pay attention and just listen to me. And in the chat, if you don't understand what I'm saying, or if you think I'm not connecting the dots, please let me know. Please. Not to mention, I know the two producers, they're listening, and I know producer Joan, she won't waste any time. She'll just text me or call me and say, hey, what you do? You need to get back on track. All right. I want to show you this document. And remember now, it's a document case. This is not hearsay. It's not something I dreamt. It's not something that I feel. It's none of those things. What I'm about to present to you, hard, cold facts. And if anyone wants to challenge them, then they have to challenge not me, they have to challenge the organization or the individuals who provided these documents. Here we go. This document, as you can see, if you look, all right, there you go. See that? Look at the very bottom, just above where you see page 19 of 171. Move it over. There you go. Very last line. What does it say? It says investigation into allegations of breaches of the CPA and the ICA. That's the Corruption Practices Act, the Corruption Practices Act and the Integrity Commission Act by the Most Honorable Mr. Andrew Holness. This was the investigation into his statutory declaration. The one that's now over at FID that Mr. Dennis Chung is responsible for addressing. This, as I said, is the Integrity Commission's report into the financial activities of our Prime Minister. Why do I show you that? I want to show you something, and I want you to keep this in mind. See that? See that in green? And by the way, it's in green because Kevin told me to put it in green. I know he's there shaking his head now saying, oh no, not again. But Kevin told me. It says section 48 notice, and that's a particular notice that you provide to people whom you consider to be witnesses, so that you can sit and talk to them. It says section 48 notice dispatched to Mr. Donovan Williams. Keep that name in mind. And look at his title. His title is Secretary. And let me tell you, Secretary of what? Secretary where? Now, you see IIHL, you see EDL and PMSL. Those abbreviations are Imperium, Estate Bridge, and Positive Media. Remember that. Donovan Williams, Company Secretary of Imperium, Estate Bridge, and Positive Media. Those three companies are companies established by the Prime Minister. To Kevin Stew, yeah? I'm bringing. No, you can't say Kevin Stew. You have to say DJ Kevin Stew. Or Kevin, where you there? People
Boy.
say that you're genius, and I'm saying no, you're genius plus. Because Mr. Kevin can't get on. But Kevin said to me this morning, "Don't worry about it. Kevin's do this. I will get on." So welcome, welcome, welcome. Greet the people, them sir.
Greetings and salutations, all. Listen, what a week this has been, and still going. So everything not 100% yet, but just know that we're getting there. All right, we're getting there. But I'm here right now, and all that matters is this moment, this very moment, because you're gonna see some things that you might have seen in passing, you might have glimpsed at one point in time, but there's one thing to look at something, it's another thing to see something. So now you're going to look at what is being shown and you're going to see what it all means, what it all points to. You're going to see a lot of things that it relate to. Grab your pen and paper, make your notes, and a timestamp this point in time right here. Those of you that haven't done so yet, please click the little thumbs up button. If you're watching on YouTube, those of you that are on Reggae Global Radio, some new things happening over there also. So there's a new player on the Reggae Global portal, a new player that is on the web page, a new player that's on the app. So just click where it says watch live and it pops up a new player. So check it out, tell us if you like it. We'd like to get the feedback. All of this is a part of growth, right? Growth on the Reasonable Ratigan broadcast, growth on Reggae Global Radio, growth on kevinstew.com and the Night Shift to DJ Kevin Stew. We're just growing all around. And we're just glad that you are here because you are growing with us. As we give you this information, there is growth. And I don't know if you can see it. It's on my shirt, eh? From knowledge sprouts power. You, everybody watching this right now, you're becoming more powerful every minute. So call your friends, tell your friends, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too. Somebody, anybody, everybody, call them up. Tell them to grab pen and paper because this is worth knowing. Rebel.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Again, folks, there it is. Mr. Donovan Williams is a secretary in 3 companies established by the Prime Minister. And if you recall, this gentleman, he ran for Parliament and won in 2020. And I believe it's shortly after that the Prime Minister made him secretary. Doesn't matter when he was made secretary of these companies. Fact is that he was made secretary of these companies. So what does that tell you? It tells you that there's a close relationship there. Very close relationship. You don't make somebody a secretary in your 3 companies unless you have a relationship with that person. I want you to keep that in mind. And some of you know where I'm going with this because this same Donovan Williams is the majority, or as of the last time I checked, it may have changed now, the majority shareholder in Meditech, the company at the center of Drillgate. So let me move this and talk to you about here we hold on. I'm trying to find his statement so that you can actually, and then we're going to go to the drill. Let me see if this is him. No, that's the company. And stay with me because we take the break. When you see me looking for something, just take the break and just kind of take a deep breath because you're in for a wild ride. Right? You're in for a wild, wild ride. Donovan Williams. Here we go. All right. This is a press release from the Jamaica Labour Party. And it's a statement from said Donovan Williams. Because if you recall that Dr. Dawes, in his press conference about the drill, made some allegations. And this is in response to the allegations made by Dr. Dawes. So we see here where, you see what it says in green, statement from attorney at law Donovan Williams, and it's on JLP, it's on the JLP's letterhead. I wonder why. Why couldn't he just do it on the letterhead of the company? I wonder why he chose to put it on the JLP's letterhead. I don't know, but for whatever it's worth, he did it. And he's talking about the allegations made by Dr. Dawes against him, because Dr. Dawes indicated that Mr. Williams was a majority shareholder and some other things. Now, look, let me see if I can make this big enough so that you don't have to reach for your glasses, all of you folks. You can read it. I mean, can you see that, Kevin? Or do I have to bring it down? If I bring it down, right, see it?
No, it's good. It's good.
Okay. All right. Look at the highlighted here, the first highlighted area. See, well, right there. It says, where it says, however, it says, no, a search of the company's records will show that my name is reflected as one of the shareholders in the company. That's MedTech he's talking about. He said, however, I do not know, nor have I ever owned a beneficial interest in the company. In other words, I am not entitled to, nor have I shared in the profits of this company. My name being listed as a shareholder in this company merely reflects that I was designated as a trustee in my capacity as an attorney at law. And then down at the bottom, the second paragraph where it's highlighted, he said I became a trustee for some of its shares in 2009. There he goes again. He said he has no interest in the shares. And he said, merely further my role as a mere trustee. So now we're talking about trustee and beneficial owner. Beneficial owner means you own the shares. He's saying, I didn't own the shares. Even though they're in my name, they're issued to me, I didn't own them. I was just a trustee, meaning I was holding on to them for someone. Then he went on to say, this matter was resolved in 2022, and my attorneys at law have since prepared the necessary documents to facilitate the shares being passed to the beneficial owner. Removing my name as a shareholder of this company from the company's office is therefore now just a matter of formality. Now look, they realized in 2022 that he had to pass on the shares. He had to give the shares to the true owner. And we're now in 2025. And they're saying they filed the documents. I know it's just a matter of formality for the transfer to take place. But here's the thing. I'm going to show you that this year, I think it was last month, nothing has changed. He's still listed as the beneficial. He's still listed as the shareholder. And until we get information that someone is the beneficial owner, we just have to take his word. That's what he's saying. Take my word for it, because I am not the beneficial owner. Take my, you know what? When we talk about taking word, wait the Kevin, it's gone. Okay, I don't see it here. Never trust the words of a politician. Oh, here it is right here. Here we go.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Now, Mr. Williams is a politician. And hear what he says. He's saying, and I'm breaking it down, people, so that everybody can understand. We don't have to use a whole heap of legal terms. He's saying, look, I have some shares in this company, but they don't belong to me. They belong to Mr. X, or I think they call him Mr. A in the lawsuit. But he's saying they belong to somebody.
Yeah.
And we're not going to name, we're not naming that person, but they don't belong to me. I'm just merely holding these shares for somebody. And he's been holding them, people, you'll see, for quite some time. And then in 2022, he said, okay, we did some paperwork so that I could pass the shares to the owner, the true owner. But as of 2025, when we check the company's records, Mr. Williams is still holding the shares. He's still the shareholder. And we're going to show you that it's a violation of law, that it shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have happened. And look, he said, I wish to state that my role as trustee, see, he keeps saying trustee, which I was engaged to assume in my capacity as an attorney at law, has long been declared to the appropriate authorities. Now, one of the appropriate authorities is the people in charge of the Companies Act. And you'll see where he was supposed to let them know. He or the company was supposed to let the appropriate authorities know that, listen, I am holding these shares for somebody and I'm going to give them to the person. The thing is that the law passed saying that you can't hold shares. The law passed in 2023. Say you cannot hold shares as a nominee. You can't hold shares as a trust for somebody. That person, the true owner, must be known. And you have to file records for that. So when he says, as long being declared to the appropriate authorities, given my obligations as a member of parliament, what he's talking about there, he's talking about his statutory declarations. That's what he's referring to. But when you say appropriate authorities, that could also mean under the Companies Act, that you're supposed to tell the registrar that, hey, I have these shares. They're not my shares. They belong to this person. But here's the thing. For some reason, he did not want to tell who is the actual shareholder. And they went to court. They went to court and the judge says, yes, you don't have to say a word. You don't have to tell anybody who you're holding these shares for. But that was before the law changed in 2023. So come 2023, he was supposed to do whatever is required under the law so that the shares could pass from him to the true owner, the beneficial owner. And then look at this. He said, I wish to make it clear, that highlighted here, area, I wish to make it very clear, not clear, very clear, Kevin, that I know nothing about the purchase of the drill or any negotiations or discussions involving its purchase. Now, keep in mind, people, there are 5,000 shares. Are we going to show you 5,000 shares, 50,000 shares? No, sorry, 100,000 shares issued. Or the company has 100,000 shares. 50,000 shares issued. 50 unissued. Them just sit down somewhere. Of the 50,000 issued, this man is in control of 40,000. We have two people, each owning 5,000. How can you have 40,000 shares in a company? 4/5 of the company. You control shares, 4/5 of the company. You sit on this board and you say, I don't know anything about the purchase of the drill. And your company purchased the drill and sold the drill to the government, and you say, I don't know anything about it. It came to my attention. It said, in fact, I first became aware of the transaction when it was reported on in the news. I'm just asking the question, people. I'm just asking the question. What is the likelihood of you owning 4/5 of the shares, issued shares in a company? You sit on the board, and this company is buying equipment, this piece of equipment, and you don't know anything about it until you see it in the news. You don't see it. But Kevin, you see what Kesu said, his signature is needed to sign off. How can things like this happen? You sit there and you don't know. Good point, Kesu. Big up yourself. So that's that. Now, there's one document here, Kevin, the one with the, where is it? And we're going to show you some stuff with the invoices too. We're going to show you some stuff with the invoices that you are going to. There's one document here, Kevin, with let me see if I find it. There's one document here, and forgive me, people, for going through this because Kevin set them up, but I went back and I moved them around. I should have stayed with Kevin thing, you know. Me always wrong, you know, when I deal with Kevin, always wrong. But he won't tell me. I'm too nice a guy, you know. I just say, okay, all right, I will, you know. So
I won't tell you in public. And here, I won't tell you. but
No.
you hear it.
It goes me out.
You
Yeah,
know
yeah.
you hear it.
Yeah, me hear it. But I say, oh God, what me do now? That is, yeah, we're looking at, hold on a second, people. There's one document here that I wanna, the one document, Kevin, that has it has the list of everything on it. Let me see. It's not that. Just bear with me because this is going to be interesting, and it's so much information that it's just hard to keep everything in one place, right? All right. Let me just show you this. This is one of the acts, the Companies Act. All right, and it says right there. Oh, make it small. See that? Every company shall keep in one or more documents a register of its members and enter therein the following particulars. And these are the things that you have to put down: the names and addresses, date, all that stuff. No, that wasn't done, but it was in violation of this. This is the amendment in 2023. And you see what it says? Where a company has notice of any trust. Remember what he said? I'm the trustee. I am the trustee. It said where a company has notice of any trust, that you have to notify the people. You have to notify the authorities. If you are a trustee, and that is going to affect the membership of the company. And remember now, he said, I'm in control of 40,000 of the 50,000 shares. Remember why he said that? Or at least the records reflect that. And it says you see what it says? You shall enter the particulars of the beneficial owner. So if you're holding those shares for somebody, according to the amended law in 2023, you must tell us who the person is. So far, he hasn't told us who the person is. And I went through this act with a fine-tooth comb, and there's so much, there's so much here. This is what
Elegant Vlogs. Oh, one second, Rebel. Elegant Vlogs. We don't know who Mr. A is. There's no record of who Mr. A is that we have to date, I should say. Not to say that we won't get it.
Right. See, what happened is that you're supposed to notify the registrar and other people that, look, there is a beneficial owner. And you see what it says? The registrar shall certify the members of the company and blah, blah, blah. The whole of this here, essentially what it's saying, and I read it for you, right? And you can go back and look at it if you want. Essentially what it's saying is that you can't do this any longer. You have to register. You have to tell the registrar who the beneficial owners. Who are you holding the shares for? But there is something else here, and it's from the. If I give me a second here. They have so many things up here. Oh, by the way, that same company, Medtronic. They are in hot water in Israel.
Yeah, they were sued.
Yeah, there it is right there. There it is. Same company, Medtronic. And you see what it says right here. An Israeli subsidiary of a U.S. medical device giant. So what this is saying is Medtronic is a U.S. company. I remember we were talking about dates. Where you write dates in the U.S. There it is right there. Medtronic is a U.S. company. So let me move this down here. Just bear with me, people. Hold on, are you that, Kevin? No.
Yeah, they moved the mouse a while ago.
Keep going. Add it
Yeah,
here,
to the
but
right.
keep going to the right.
You're gone too far.
What's this? Hold on. Is this the thing? All right.
You're looking for the
Oh, yeah,
breakdown of.
no, this is it. This is it. This is it. I found it, people. I found it. All right. Now, here we go. Medtronics. Remember, I showed you the Mr. Williams' statement on the JLP's letterhead, right? Now, the company of which he's a majority shareholder, the company, see it right at the top, right? The Medical Technologies. They came out with a statement as well. And here it is right here, Medical Technologies. Oh, we have to go back, right? That's okay, Kevin. I don't know if you guys can see it. I'll read it for you. It's a Medical Technologies Limited. Is a highly respected name in the Caribbean medical community. The company operates in Jamaica and has been a leading supplier of medical technology solutions for over 17 years. For 17 years, they've been doing this. And it says Medical Technologies is the authorized distributor in Jamaica for the Medtronic neurosurgical drills. Remember that. They are the authorized distributor in Jamaica for the Medtronic neurosurgical drills. We shouldn't have any problems if they are the distributor. We shouldn't have any problems, but you're going to see a whole bunch of problems. All right. Let's go down here. They're talking now about Dr. Dawes and about the procurement process. And they're saying we follow the procurement process, and Dr. Dawes made a mistake because he was talking about a different model than the model that actually came in, that we contracted with Sarah, Southeast Health Regional Authority, for, because Dr. Dawes was talking about the EM200 and we were talking about the EM800. And so they're saying that it was they said they participated in a transparent tender process. Not so sure it was all that transparent, not so sure. And they said that they haven't been paid despite it being delivered almost 7 months ago and being used by surgeons at the Bustamante Hospital for Children. Let me stop right there and say something. Now, I spoke to someone who worked past tense for Medtronic. And they explained to me that they have a program where in America where you can actually lease the drill. You use the drill and you send it back to them. And I asked him, what's the sterilizing or the sterilization procedure for these drills? And he said they don't sterilize because it takes a special sterilization machine to do this. And he said when we get the drills back, what we see on the drills, we see bone fragments, and we see blood. And he said it's a special machine you have to use to sterilize this piece of equipment. Now, we don't know if they have it in Jamaica. So and we do know that MedTech, they lease these drills out. And you'll see, they said it, they lease out these drills because they own some of them and they purchase some of them for government and then they lease some of them out. We don't even know if they're sterilizing these things properly. Because the gentleman I spoke to, he said, no, he said, it's a special kind of machine you have to have. It's not the regular sterilization machine. So that's another question we're going to have to deal with. But here now, people, this is Companies Office of Jamaica, and I want you to look at the date that this contact was made. Okay, here it is. All right. So this is Meditech. Some people say it's MedTech, but it's Meditech, the Jamaican company. And see, they're in the business of providing medical. Let me get rid of this. Oh. Hold on, Kevin. Why is it that this okay, this pen? All right, fine. It was incorporated December 19, 2007. Right? Oh.
I see what just happened for you. Yeah.
happened?
I see that your screen just went. Everybody
Yeah.
else is seeing, but you not seeing what you are doing.
No.
All right. So here's what I'm gonna do real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Let me razzle and dazzle over here, so that I can bring back the rebel. He'll be back in just. I noticed that this has happened a couple of times with rebel. I'm not too sure what is causing it, but it doesn't stop us. If there's nothing else, it only delays us just a little bit, but it doesn't stop us. So let me get back this information up here, and then we can add back the rest a little bit later.
All right, let me put it up. All right, there we go. So you see that where it says count 100,000? So it's 100,000 shares the company started with. And you see how many issued? 50,000. And unissued, meaning that they're not issued to anybody. They're just sitting there, right? So those really don't get counted in terms of the operation of the entity. It's 50,000. I think there's a date here, Kevin, when we check this thing. There's a date here somewhere. Let me go back and look. Oh, here it is.
Up at the top. Yeah.
Yeah, it is right. What the hell is this?
Your mouse fighting you.
All right, see it is right there. May 14, 2025. That's when the check was done. If you can get rid of that pen for me. Okay. All right, thanks.
Yeah, man.
So as of May 2025, this is the information provided by the Company's Office of Jamaica. And let's go down. So 100,000, 50,000 issued. All right, let's continue. Now, here are the details. Remember, December 19, 2007. The secretary of the company is Athol Hamilton or Athol Hamilton. Let me see how much shares in get. Oh, it's not there. Not there, at least not yet. So he's a secretary.
Wasn't that document?
No, it's here. It's here somewhere. I think they'll show. Then he's also the director. He's also a director, right? And then you have a lady by the name of Trudy Ann Natasha Ricketts. She's also a director. Now, look at this. There's a gentleman here, Winfield Boban. He was a director until 2009, 20th of April 2009. He started out with all of these folks here, with Ethel and Trudy Ann, but he left in 2009. And who shows up in 2009? Look right there. This gentleman shows up 4 days before Winfield left, Mr. Donovan Williams. See him right there? And now we're going to show you all the shares. There you go. I hope you can see it. See it right there, right here, up the top right here. Cease director, Mr. Boban left April 28th, but Mr. Williams came on board April 24th, same year. And look over to your right over here. You see, Mr. Williams has 40,000 shares.
With none held jointly.
Yeah. He has 5,000, it's held jointly. And Trudy Ann Natasha Ricketts, she has 5,000. So that's 50,000 right there. The 50,000 that's issued by the company. The operating shares. Mr. Williams is in possession of 40,000. And remember what he says. He says, I'm not the beneficial owner. I don't own these. I'm just a trustee. I don't own these. So let's keep going. Now here's the lawsuit that he filed. Mr. Boban. Here he is right here. And he filed it against Meditech and this gentleman here, Mr. Donovan Williams. Why did he file this lawsuit? The lawsuit is a much bigger, it's a much bigger issue than this lawsuit you're looking right here. The purpose of this lawsuit here was for them to name who is Mr. Williams holding the shares for. Mr. Boban said, I want to know. Well, he was essentially saying, I want the public to know because he knows. But I guess he had signed some kind of agreement, so he couldn't talk. So he went to court and said, and this is part of the big lawsuit. This is just one aspect of the big lawsuit. Long story short, the judge says, no, we're not gonna let you, we're not gonna let you talk about it. We're not gonna talk about who's the owner of the lot, who's the owner of those shares. And that's why we don't know who's the owner of those shares. But what I can tell you is that the name was supposed to be, since 2023, when the law changed, the name was supposed to be disclosed. And as of now, to the best of my knowledge, the name has not been disclosed. Now I'll have to go check because maybe as of May, the name wasn't disclosed. Maybe they have disclosed it since. But let's do something now.
So, Mr. Rattigan, in the words of my good brethren, are you telling me?
Oh, well, let me before we jump on that. Before we jump on, because there's something I have to show them, Kevin. Something I have to show them. Folks, remember we talked about this.
The invoice from Medtronic.
All right. Remember we talked about invoice? Remember we talked about that and we were talking, I think it shows on the second one. Yeah, it shows better on the second one where we showed you 2 invoice numbers. And then we talked to you about the date. Remember, it's an American company. And we talked to you about the date. And we talked to you about the seal down there. And we talked to you about the terms of payment. Now, they said that they're the authorized dealer, so maybe that's part of it. And then we talked about the unit price for this drill. Remember, we talked about that, and we said there's something doesn't sit well with this. Something what didn't sit well with this invoice. Then I found something else right here, where it says on it that these items, whatever you're purchasing, they're authorized for export from the US only to the country of ultimate destination for use by the ultimate consignee herein identified. So what that means is that you can't buy it from us, right? Bring it to Jamaica and then ship it out somewhere else. It has to come to Jamaica and stay in Jamaica. And it has to come to Jamaica and stay in Jamaica and used by the person identified in the invoice. Now, it says you cannot sell it, you cannot transfer it, you cannot dispose of it to any other country or to any person other than the authorized ultimate consignee or end user. And you're going to see why this, when I show you the lawsuit, you're going to see why, another lawsuit, you're going to see why this is so important. But you remember this. I'm sure all of you remember this, this invoice. Remember, we went over it in great detail. Now I'm going to show you another invoice. This invoice, let me show you something. This invoice and this invoice, they're two different invoices. And you know, for essentially 2 different invoices coming from Medtronic. That's 1. That's 2. That's 1. That's 2. Take a good look at this invoice. It starts right there. Take a good look at it. See, it has 2 invoice numbers. See, it has another number here for Jamaica. It says refurbished, right? And see, it's going from the seller in Minneapolis, shipped through Texas, and it's being, and there's another place, it goes through Miami to get to Jamaica. I think, yeah, here it is. Remit to Miami right here. Let me put this up so that you can see, because I'm going to show you something now. Them can't fool on you, people. They're not supposed to fool you because we are good people picnic and we know what we are talking about. Here's the Miami. Yeah, here's the Miami. Right? Go up top right here. Here is Minneapolis. Here is Fort Worth, Texas. All of these companies involved. I mean, all of these addresses involved. So again, this is 1. This is 2. No, I'm going to show you 3. Kevin, let me think that. Hold on. This deserves something else.
Sound effects.
What deserve, Kevin? A drum roll.
A drum roll.
All right. Here is number 3. Here is number 3, folks. And number 3 is an invoice from the same company, the subsidiary in England. Right? Let me draw your attention to a couple of things. See right here? See what it say? Invoice original. That is not on the ones that I just showed you. Right? That is not on the one I just showed you. It doesn't say invoice original at the top. And if you disbelieve me, here we go. There it is. There's the invoice. It just says invoice. Over here, top right, it just says invoice with a number. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down, it gives you a different invoice number. This one is a proper one. See right here, we redact it. Right here, see it says invoice, 1 number, not 2. And look at the date, give you invoice date. We don't have a 17th month. So this means this is August 17. And where is this coming from?
The UK.
Right here. It's coming from the United Kingdom. So the date is proper. The date is proper. That's how they write date in the UK. So the date is proper. Let's go on. And see, they have a reference number here. Redact some of it. And then it gives you the quantity, the amount, gives you the due date, bank details, all of that stuff. You know what you don't say? Tell me if you see
a seal.
A seal. And if there's one country with a big pan seal, or that put a seal on an invoice, it's the UK. See, look, there's no seal. Invoice original. That's stop. Come all the way down to the bottom. First page. No seal. No seal. 1 invoice number.
What are the credit terms on this invoice?
The credit terms, I think the person paid using a credit card. Person paid using, here it is.
It's right at the bottom.
Right here. Or their use of, yeah, here it is, payment terms.
Payment is,
it is right here. Person paid using a credit card.
and the date due
Again,
is the following day.
yeah. August 17th. So,
Same day.
we have some questions about the invoices. And remember now, the invoices that we just talked about, now that's for the EM200. That's not the invoice in question, you know. But those invoices came up. So the question we're asking is, are those invoices authentic? Are they genuine? And it's a legit, those are legitimate questions to ask, because when we go and we look at an original invoice issued out of the UK, we notice we only have 1 invoice number. We don't have a seal, and everything looks kosher. I mean, look at that, folks. And here's the other one that we're dealing with. This one has 2 invoice numbers. It's coming from America with a UK date. We don't understand that. And then
You know what it is?
it has a seal right here. See the seal? And then it has this section right down here saying that it's only for export and to be used by certain people and all of that stuff. And you're going to see where this is, this particular section here, this down here. You're going to see this, you're going to see where this section is going to be front and center, because most people would read this invoice and they wouldn't look at this clause. They would just go to price, date. This they would go at. They'd go to invoice number. They'd go to price. They would be looking at all of this stuff here. They'll be looking at all of that, all of this, all of that. But they wouldn't look at this at the bottom. And we're going to show you why that is so, so important. All right. Is this the lawsuit here, Kevin? Let me get to the lawsuit. Medical text, Alfred Dawes. Okay. Fasten your seatbelt. Fasten your seatbelt, people. This is what happens when you're trying to obfuscate. This is what happens where you're in a hurry to try and get things out so that people can't pay attention to what's going on. This is what happens when you're caught between a rock and a hard place. Fasten your seatbelt. Go get anybody who's interested. If you know a friend or a neighbor or a relative who's interested in the drill, go get them now. Otherwise, they're going to have to watch the whole program, or they have to go figure out which section it is. But go get it. Go, or you can make a check of where we are with it right now. You can make a check of where we are with it right now, so that if somebody has to go back and watch the program, or if they have to go and watch a program, they know exactly where. We're going to spend some time with this until we get our guest. And I tell you right now, we're not going to finish this, because we're not done with Mr. Donovan Williams yet. You know, remember now, we'll show you where it says he's a trustee, right? And we'll show you a little bit about the law that says he can't be a trustee because they changed it. We're going to show you some things. But now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the lawsuit. Remember, they filed a lawsuit against Dr. Dawes. And what I want to show you, they could have filed it against Dr. Claus, Dr. Mars, Dr. Zaz. It doesn't matter who they filed it against. What I'm going to focus on, I'm going to focus on the substance of the complaint, not the person who they sued. I'm going to focus on the substance of the complaint. And I want you, our esteemed supporters, I want you to take a look at what I'm going to show you. And then you can decide for yourselves. Remember, this is not my document. The document I'm about to show you is not my document. What going on, Kevin? I'm gone again. Hello?
You got on your side?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over here.
I'm looking at. Oh, okay. Let's.
I don't know where I didn't even.
I got you. No, I got you.
Okay, I'm back.
Yep.
All right. 1,267 devices logged on. So we may have, I don't know, 1,300 people watching, 1,400, whatever the number is. Please pick up your cell phone now and call. If you're not watching it on your cell phone, or if you're watching it on your cell phone, pause your cell phone, pause this, call the people and tell them, look, because now we're going to analyze the lawsuit. And this is going to be the first. Nobody has ever analyzed the lawsuit. People have been talking about the drill and what it cost, and they look at what Dr. Dawes said. And I am going to show you what Mr. Donovan Williams and Meditech said to the court, not to them friends, not to them relatives, not to any body, any administrative regulatory bodies. This is what they said to the court. Here we go. I've given you enough time for you to call your families and I don't want more time for calling the families. I don't want me to just go ahead.
And then we'll play catch up, man. They can back up the video,
7 of them will watch it on TV. All right. Kevin said we must move forward. All right. Here we go. We're going to analyze this thing now, people, and you're going to be prepared for the shock. Pure shock. All right. See that? This is a lawsuit that Meditech and Donovan Williams, the parliamentarian who is holding, or maybe was holding, 40,000 of the 50,000 shares issued. They filed this lawsuit against Dr. Dawes because of what he said at the press conference. Now, let's go down. And this lawsuit was filed on May 26. What's that? 2.5 weeks ago, right? Almost 3 weeks ago. All right, Mr. Kevin, hold on there. All right, here we go. Now, look at what, and oh, by the way, remember, if it's the first claimant would be Meditech. So the first person complaining to the court is Meditech. The second person is Donovan Williams. So if you see first claimant, that is Meditech. Second claimant, Donovan Williams. And the defendant, the person who's defending the action, who's supposed to, the person against whom the accusations are being made in court, that's Dr. Dawes. He's called the defendant. And forgive me if I'm explaining it as if you don't know these terms, but there are some of us who don't know these terms, and so I need everyone to understand what's going on. All right, so here we go. See that? And I've highlighted so that I can grab your attention. It says in or about March 2023, they're talking about the bid now for the 800 drill, because remember, they said, Dr. Dawes, you talked about the 200 drill and you showed invoices, but that's not the invoice that we were talking about, or that's not the one we brought in for the Bustamante Hospital for children. That's not it. We bought and brought in an 800, model 800, not 200. But you know what? Before I do this, we need to do this in sequence. So I am going to show you the contract that the first claimant and the second claimant, Meditech and Mr. Williams, I'm going to show you the contract that they signed for this drill that we're talking about. Let me show you the contract. Okay, here we go. First thing, when you look at a contract, you look at the parties. That's the first thing. Who is offering, right? And who's providing? Who's offering and who's accepting? There it is right there. Government of Jamaica contract for the procurement for goods. And it says supply and delivery of one neurosurgical drill. One. And the contract is between Southeast Regional Health Authority and Meditech. And look at the date, March 2024. It's the date they're claiming that of the contract. Let's go to page 2. Page 2, here's a contract. It says it's for the 2nd day of September 2024. Remember this date right here, March 2024. That's the contract. That's not the tender. That's the contract. It says it right here. It says it right here. Contract. And it says the contract is between South Sarah and Meditech. March 2024. But then when we come on this page now, the contract agreement, we see that it's made out for the 2nd day of September. We don't know what happened between March and September. And actually, if you look carefully, you see that they crossed out April. Contract above, it says March. And then this contract says 2nd day of April, crossed out 2nd day of September. Now let's go down and see what the contract says. Contract says It is between Sarah and Meditech for what? There it is in green. It is for Meditech to supply and deliver one drill. Inclusive, meaning it must be included in the price, included 2 years maintenance. Follow me. One drill, 2 years maintenance. First question came to mind is, well, wait a minute. If you buy a new drill, it not come with a warranty. So why we need 2 years? And remember now, they said that they are what? The exclusive distributor for Meditech products, or for Medtronic products in Jamaica. So why is it that they couldn't negotiate and get the maintenance service for free? Or why is it that they couldn't take 1 year? Because this thing must come with a warranty. It must come with a warranty. Now let's look at the amount. It says $27 million and change for the drill, right? And 4 million and change for the maintenance. And here, watch me carefully now. We're talking about the contract now. Look at number 2. This. So what it says, the following document shall constitute the contract between the procuring entity, meaning the company that's buying it, which is Sarah, and the supplier, Meditech, and each shall be read and construed as an integral part of the contract. So all of them must say, all of these documents now will make up the contract. So the first one is, see what A says? This contract agreement, meaning this document we're looking at. Then there's something called this one here, general conditions of contract, special conditions of contract, technical requirements, and the appendices. But look at number 3, people. Number 2 says, for the contract, the complete contract, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, including this document that you're reading. But look at 3. Look at this. Look at this. It says, this contract, meaning this document you're looking at, shall prevail over all other contract documents. So you see where they have B, C, D, E. It says the one you're looking at, this is the one that governs. Look at the next sentence. In the event of any discrepancy or inconsistency within the contract documents, then the documents shall prevail in the order listed above. What is above? The first one is this contract agreement. So this document you're looking at, that's actually the contract. The others are supplement to the contract. But it says if there's a problem, then you go back to this one. And why? And this one talks about what you're buying, how much you're buying it for. So then this talks about what Meditech is supposed to do and what Sarah is supposed to do. And see, remember the first date, March, and remember the second date, April crossed out and it's September. And here's when these people signed. They signed August, and then these people signed in September. Another thing is that we don't even know who this witness is. Looking at this contract, we don't see. It says name and signature. We don't see the name. We see a signature. We don't see a name. So we don't know. I don't know. Looking at this, I don't know who that witness is. Do you? I don't. So we have 3 dates. We have March, then we have March for the cover page. Then the document says April, and that's crossed out and says September. And then over here we have August. Now it's possible that they signed the contract and sent it off, and then these people signed later on. But generally speaking, that's not how you want to see it done. You don't want to see so many dates for one contract. So no, people, we're going to show you something. Now we're going to show you something. Let me go back. So I show you the contract, right? The contract says, regardless of the date, it says, hey, we're buying a drill and we're buying maintenance from you, and it comes up to 31 point, I have the number here, 31 point something, 31.4 million Jamaican dollars. All right. So now let's go back to the lawsuit. Here it is. It says in or about March 2023, they successfully submitted a well-researched and detailed bid, right there, at significant administrative cost and expense. I want you to write this down. Just write down for me that Meditech submitted bid and it cost them. Meditech submitted a bid and it cost them money. It's not something that somebody just sat down and somebody sat down and just typed and it was free. They said it was well researched, the bid. Well researched. We submitted a well researched and detailed bid and we paid money so that we could be successful to buy this drill, right? And it goes on to say that it's a two-year preventive maintenance for the sum of total 31.4 million Jamaican dollars. And then they said that they procured and they shipped the items to Jamaica in the name of the Ministry of Health, in keeping with standard operation procedures in matters such as these. Let's stop there. The contract says you provide the drill and the maintenance. So why is the ministry importing the drill? Why? I give you a contract and I said, I need an item, and I'm paying you, you bring the item to me. Then why do you then have to use my name to bring the item in the country? Could it be that when you bring it in the country under the auspices of the government, saying that the government brought it in, then you don't have to pay duty? Could it be? And you don't have to pay other expenses associated with it. Think about it, people. Think about it. The government contracted with Meditech for Meditech to source and supply a drill along with a maintenance contract. And then the drill showed up in Jamaica, and at customs, it says that it's being imported by the ministry. Remember, it's being imported by the ministry. So you, the taxpayer, get ripped off because this money is supposed to be going into the consolidated fund or whatever fund. This is taxpayers' money. You pay the taxes and it come in so that they can use that money and help poor people and do what they've promised to do. And I'm going to show you the invoices, and you're going to be shocked. So they brought it in, used it, and they said, in keeping with standard operating procedures in matters such as these. BS, show me the regulation. Don't tell me about standard operating procedures. Show me the regulation that says that when you win a bid and you bringing in the item, that the government is going to, you can bring it in, bring the thing in under the name of the government. It's your responsibility. It's your responsibility. Show me the regulation. Don't tell me about standard operating procedure. Standard operating procedure refers to a convention saying we've always done it like this. Does it mean it's right? Does that mean it's right because you've always done it like this? You may think it's right because no one has ever challenged it. Lisa, you're going to be shocked when I show you something, Lisa. So that is the first thing. That's one of the things, right? They brought it in. They had the contract with the government, but then when they brought it in using the government. So taxes that should have been paid weren't paid, because those taxes were exempt. All right. There's so many things that I'm telling you to pay attention to. That's why I keep telling you to write these things down. That statement in bold that you see there, that is going to take us to a section. It's going to take us to some documents that I would like Meditech to explain. I would like Meditech to explain. It says a copy of the, remember the first claimant, Meditech. First person who complained, Meditech. It says a copy of Meditech's applicable certificate of registration with the Public Procurement Commission, meaning that the authority to purchase on behalf of the government, or actually to purchase to supply the government, you have to register for that. And they said we are attaching our registration to show that we were legally entitled to go out and purchase this and bring it back and sell to the government. Public procurement, you have to get certified, registered for that. So they have their certificate to say that they were authorized to do this. It says is annexed here too, meaning attached. And here is what else is attached to this certificate. The purchase order is attached. What else? The fully executed form of contract agreement. I just showed that to you. And the 8 assessment notices issued by the Jamaica Customs in the importation of the said neurological drill and the over 100 attachments. And they said, we're going to be relying on this at trial. People, my people, pay attention. They say we are going to attach to our certificate to do business with the Jamaican government the following documents: the contract, the purchase order, and the 8 assessment notices issued by the Jamaica Customs. So if you're bringing the stuff in, it has to go through customs. And it says further, this has to do with the importation of the drill and the 100 attachments. Yes? Yes. Now let's go and look at the 8 assessment notices and see what it says. 8 assessment notices issued by customs in the importation of the said drill and the over 100 attachments. Let's do that. Because they're showing it to the court, so we might as well show it to you. We have a duty to show it to you. Okay. Here's the first one. People, that's why I tell you, get your pen and your paper, unless you're going to watch the program. I'd love for you to watch the program again, because you can see all the things that we're doing, but I want you to pay attention. The eight attachments, customs declaration, they have 8 different numbers, and there are 8 of them. 8 documents, 8 different numbers. All right. So you look at this first one here. I have a friend, you know, who used to say, there's a story to everything. And that's what we're doing here. We're showing you the story. So you see right here, it says Ministry of Health. You're the consignee. Right? And you look where it says import customs duty. If you brought this in on your own, you're going to pay that. And it's going to be a percentage of the value of the item you're bringing in. And look at the environmental levy. It's 0, customs 0. But there's an administration fee that's I guess it cannot be waived, and that's 12, and that's 12,600. They have 12,600 here. Up here they show 12,500, but they have 12,600. 12,500, 12,600, whatever they want. That's the first one. Right? Let's go to the second one. Oh, by the way, here is for the first one. Here's the value of the invoice, what they provided to customs. They said, customs, this thing that we're bringing in that we don't want you to charge us anything on, the value is 10,000 US dollars, 10,113. That's one. So that's the first one. Let's go to the second one. Second one, different number up here. Customs duty, 0. Right? 0. Let's go. And this one, they said the value of that package that we're bringing in, it's $18,738.99. That's number 2. Here's number 3. Different number. Same thing. No import customs duty, no environmental levy, and that's 5,100. And for this one, the value of that item is $3,228. And you know, they put the, like right here, they describe what it is. Like, come on, they describe it right here. Other instruments and appliances, right? That's number 3. Let's go to number 4 now. Number 4, different number, same result, no taxes. And for this one, the value is $6,949.96. Next one, different number again, same thing, 0, 0, and 5,100 the pay. And here is the value of that one, 1,486.47. I hope you guys writing down the numbers, you know. All right. Here's the next one. Same thing. Different reference number. 0, 0. And the administration fee, the admin fee, they have to pay admin fee on all of these. The admin fee is 12,600. Next one. Oh, and for that one, the total is 33,000. Now, what's interesting is that they could have bought a brand new set for 25,000 with attachments. But here we're seeing a whole bunch of things coming in, disposables and all of that coming in. Some might say, well, this 33,000, this is for the unit. But see what they put right here? Other. See it right here? Other instruments and appliances, medical products, and the motor. That's 33,000. The next one, different reference number, 0, 0, and the admin fee, 12,600. We're almost done, people. And for that one, that item costs 8,000. And this is what this is the invoice that customs is saying they produced, because it says amount invoiced, currency and total amount invoiced. And then we keep going down. Another one, different reference number, 0, 0. Forgive me, I'm not so skillful with this thing. And this one costs $1,885. And I think we have one more left. I think we have one more. Oh, no, that's it. That's it. 8 of them. Now, remember what they said. Remember the contract. Bear with me. This is the 8 I just showed you. I remember this is the contract. Remember the contract, what the contract said. The contract said, says $31.4 million for the drill and the maintenance service. 31.4 million. And they said for the 31.4 million, Judge, what we're going to do, we're going to attach to show you that it's 31.4 million. We're going to show you that we didn't cheat, Judge. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. Let me get the pen and circle this thing here. See what it says? Starts right here. It says the 8 assessment notices issued. See that? For the drill and the parts. We're going to give you 8 notices that show you how we spend the money. Well, when you add up the money I just showed you, they told customs for the 8 drill, for the 8 assessment notices, one was for $10,013, one was for $18,738.99, another one was for $3,228, another one was for $6,949.96, another one was for $1,486.47, another one was for $33,001.94, another one was for $8,000, and the last one was for $1,885.45. You know how much that come to people? Remember now, this, look at it carefully. They said this is the 8 notices for the drill and the parts. That comes up, my people, that comes up to $83,303.81 US currency. $83,000. $83,303.81. Now, how much was the contract for? Contract was for $31.4 million. And if you convert $31.4 million, and I'll do it right now. Let me think there. 31.4 million. Let's do it together. All right, 31. Let's put the numbers in. 31,467,708. $31,467,708. That's the contract. And then you divide that by 158, which was the exchange rate at the time. That comes up to $199,162.70. Yet, when you add up the things that they gave to customs, comes up to $83,303.81. That's more than 200% markup. And I was told that in the industry, a reasonable markup is about 25-30%. Remember, the things that they said that they brought in, 83,000. It's their customs records, and they put it in the lawsuit. $83,303.81. But the contract is for $199,162.70. So, if you do, let's do this. $199,162.70. So let's minus what they told customs the value of the things were. So it's 83,303.81 That leaves us with, they made, based on what the documents show, $115,000. 858,089 cents. So if you look at this, well, it's not 200%. It's more than 100%. It's not 200%. It's more than 100%. They paid 83 and they made 115. That brings you up to the contracted amount of $31,467,708 Jamaican money. The long and short of it is this, that they paid 80 something thousand dollars and they walked away with 115. People, hear me and hear me well. The items they brought into Jamaica, based on the documentation provided to customs, the amount for those items, $83,000. And after they paid that, they pocketed 115. That's more than 100%. That's way more than 100%. But I'm going to show you something else. Let me wait till Kevin, I use the thing here. Let me make Kevin finish it and I'm going to show you something. Show you how these people wicked. You finished, Kevin? Let me show them. So what I just showed you, I showed you the documents from customs that they supplied in their lawsuit. Now let me show you something now. Let me take it off just because we have some documents here that we don't really want everybody to see yet. That's okay. Okay. I am now going to show you a document that they gave. Remember now, you have a document from customs. Now I'm going to show you a document from Meditech to the government, because now they're providing their invoice to the government to say, we want for money. What I noticed is that I didn't see a document here in my search. I didn't see a document from Medtronic, the seller of the item, to them, to Meditech. I didn't see that. I didn't see a document coming from America saying this is how much in the pay fee. I didn't see that document. Didn't see that document. Yvonne, that is I'm going to show you something now, Yvonne. I'm going to show you something. If we even talk about the freight and insurance, remember now, Yvonne, that Meditech is the authorized distributor of the item in Jamaica. It's not like Joe Blow or buy the equipment and you have to pay a lot of these things. You are the authorized dealer, so you get certain perks. Right? Georgia, you need to stay with me or get somebody who can unlock computer and explain it to you. But in any event, if you don't have anyone around you, Georgia, at the end of the day, I'm going to show you something that you will be able to understand. Right? Again, folks, remember, what I just showed you customs form saying that this is what Meditech said the value of the items they're bringing in. It's one. And what I also showed you was Meditech saying to the court, here are the documents evidencing the drill and the attachments. And the price is nowhere near the contract price. Now, here is a document now that Meditech provided to the government showing how much they paid for the items. That's the second page. Here's the first page. See it? I have to circle some things. See it right here? It's Meditech. And they're shipping it to Bustamante, and it's an invoice, right? And they want, and who's gonna pay for it? These people, Sarah. So it's Meditech to Sarah to Bustamante. And they give you a list of all the things that they purchased for this drill, including the drill. All the things, right? Saws and the console and the control, foot control and blah, blah, blah. That's page 1. Here's page 2. Let me go back, just in case somebody should ask, well, how we know it's page 1? It's right here. So now we go to page 2. It's right here. And let's big it up. So they give you all the prices. I won't even go cylinder, barrel, match, head, blah, 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 all kinds of things. And here is the total. $27,267,708 Jamaican dollars. Right? 27 million. Let me go back right here and see what was the contract. Oh, no, that's not it. I don't want to show none of that yet. Wait the Kevin, which part the, okay, here it is. Let me go back to this contract. All right. You see what? You see right here? See that? That is for the drill. And remember the 4 million right here, that is for service. So for the drill, it's 27,267,708. Now let's see if it match up with this. Exactly. You see it, people? Exactly. 27,267,708. Exactly. Now here's the problem. Here is the problem. Well, here are the problems. Let's go back to the first one. I want you to tell me, because you notice that 27 million is for the drill. 4 million plus is for the maintenance contract. Where is the maintenance contract? Where?
It's understood.
Where is the maintenance contract? It's nowhere here to be found. It's nowhere in their lawsuit. Nowhere to be found. That 4 million is a, I'm not saying that they don't have a maintenance contract, but I'm saying if you're going to say, Judge, we contracted for 31 million and you show a contract for 31 million, why would you show an invoice for 27 million? You showed it for the whole thing. You're trying to prove your case. So we're still waiting on that. But if you think that's the problem, no, that's not the problem. Remember now, let's say the 4 million, they have a contract for the 4 million for the maintenance, right? Because they can't hide that, right? If you look here, people, take a good look again, you know. All parts, that's page 1. Page 2, all parts, down to that. Let me take you back to the contract and show you something. You remember I told you to remember this. There's something I told you to remember. You remember I told you to remember this? That they said right here, they submitted a well-researched and detailed bid at significant administrative cost and expense. Now, Meditech is a privately owned company. It's not a charitable organization. And what do privately owned companies strive to do to make a profit. You put out money,
Markup.
and you see what they say, significant. They didn't say administrative. They say it's significant cost and expense. Now, those of you following me, let's go back to this. That's page 1 right there, and that's page 2. That's page 2. You know what you don't see, people? You don't see their markup. So if they're saying that this is the price we paid for all of these things, then the question is, then how did you make money? How you make money? If you're saying the drill is 27 million and you put on cost for 27 million, then where's your profit? Where is your profit? I went through this thing and I'm looking to see, okay, that's that. I see where the parts are there. Page 1, I see where the parts are there. But I don't see how they make money. And then we don't see the contract for 4 million. Somebody said they hide it in the price. Well, here is something else before we get to the price. Here is something else from somebody who's selling the same unit, this same 800 unit, right? Take a look at this. See what it says right here? The drill is $8,000 US. Let's go to the next page. Here are the things that you get with the drill that brings the cost up to $25,000 for that drill and the accessories. Here are the things that you get with it. The power console, the switch console, the system tray, blah, 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 blah.
Magnify that a little bit for me, please, Mr. Rattigan. Thank you.
See that? You get the power console. This is all in that package, you know, for $25,000. Look on the bill with them give. Look on the bill with them give. Them give the government. Look at this. Foot control, them charge your feet. Console, them charge your feet. Instrument tray, them charge a whole bunch of things that charge you. But look at this. We have it here as part of a package. See that? Power console, right there, so this foot switch, all of that stuff. We have it right here too, you know. We have a copy of it. I think is this, Kevin. We have one here where we see the price. This is it.
That's all the pieces, all the parts that go with it, yeah.
Look at that. You can get it as low as 15 grand. And that's the set. That's the set. So the foot piece. So the console. Huh?
And that's the EM800.
Yeah, it's 800. Yeah, here it is right here. Right here. 800. And then we have another one that is 25 grand and you get all of the pieces that you need with it. So the question then is, if you can get the set for that company was selling the set for 1,500. If you can get the set for 2,500, then why you itemize it like this? Why not just put one set?
25,000. 25,000.
Now get a call there, Kevin. Go on talk.
All right. Let me see if I can fill the big shoes. Yes, I see people here commenting and saying, you know, people are thieves and are crooks and are, well, I guess you can't really classify them as that until you have convicted them as such. So let's just say that at this point, they're being underhanded at most. And evidence shows that. How then do we take action on that? That is why we do some of the things that we do. That's why we talk about some of the things that we talk about. That's why the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation exists. And this is just a little plug-in until Will comes back and we jump back in on these invoices. The QR code that you see up there in the corner, over there, so. Yeah, right above me, right here. That QR code takes you to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation to where you can donate to the rally that is coming up. Again, no, the rally is an attempt to a starting point to get something as simple but effective as civics back into the minds and the mouths of Jamaicans in Jamaica. Now, of course, that leads to other things. That leads to us understanding the reasons behind questioning things like these invoices. Because there's a constitutional side to a lot of what is happening here. What does the Constitution say that we can do? How can we, the people, question the actions of our representatives? Now, do remember, these are representatives of us, the people. So we have a right to be able to ask them questions. It's not a privilege. It is a right. Why is it a right? Because they have to come to us to get their jobs. So if you go to you apply for a job at Tom Strokes Haberdashery, well, you have to talk to Mr. Strokes, right? And you have to give Mr. Strokes what he asks for, if he asks for anything. If you're hired as the accountant, you need to present the reports that they need to run the business. And as such, you will hear Janet Gardner talk about it all the time. You know, we need to treat this thing like a business. This Jamaica is our business. And these are the people that we put in place. These are the officers that we put in place to run the business. So when we ask for reports, we need to get them. And when things don't add up, we need to find out why. And here it is. As we look, yes, Albert, the evidence is clear. But after you see the evidence, there's still more courses of action to take. Because if there's no prosecution, then the evidence is all for naught. Clearly, we don't just want to do this so that we can waste our time. There are other things that we can be doing with our time. We're doing this, one, to let those know that are complicit, hey, we're gunning for you. And when I say we, I mean we the people. It's not a reason with Rattigan. It's not a Kevin Stew and Will Rattigan. It's not a Jeffrey Tavares. No, it's not a Mystic. It's not Portland Spice TV. It's not PNP. No. It is we the people coming after you that have done us wrong. And so here it is. Now, when they get up and say, "Boy, no, go so," everybody is in a position to say, "But wait, hold on. Explain this." Because after we sit here and we get this explanation, this breakdown to the point where it is broken down. And this didn't happen just, somebody take up an invoice and look at it and go, "But wait, see it here." No. This is fine teeth comb. This is the investigative bureau of the world showing how they train people to investigate things. See the proof here? Sit down beside me. Oh, other way. See the proof here? Sit down beside me.
There you go.
Yeah, mine inverted. So the proof sit down right here beside me, virtually. And the more there's this talk that is going around that this is politically motivated. For those riding on the crest of the wave of this information that are looking to get into government, understand that this sword have two sides, one for each of you. And if there's a third party that come into play, then it's more than just a two-sided sword. So I say that to say this. Anybody that is representing the people of Jamaica is subject to this that is happening right here, right now. Because this is about Jamaica and it's not about party lines or colors. We're not business with your party. The only party we care about is the one that DJ Kevin Stew play. If I'm not playing, I don't care about it. Yeah? I care about Jamaica. And I care about you, the representatives of us Jamaicans, doing your job right. And I care about us Jamaicans knowing what you're supposed to do. That is why this happened. Rebel, welcome back. You need to unmute. I'm still working with him, and people are still working with him.
I just did. All right.
No, that message that he's reading is not me sending it.
No, here's what happened now, folks. We are bust out the thing and we are going down a whole heap of information. And that's why Kevin told you and I told you that you need to get your pen and your paper. Because remember what I said to you, that in the lawsuit, they did not submit claimant 1, claimant 2, Meditech and Donovan Williams. They did not submit the Medtronic invoice. That is the invoice from the seller. Because they're the middle, Meditech is the middle person, right? So they purchased it from Medtronic in America and then they sold it to the government. But they didn't provide the invoice from the seller. Because the idea is that whatever we make is our business. We don't have to tell anybody anything. Really? We need to know, because we need to know if we're being overcharged. Now I'm going to show you something that's not in the lawsuit. And that is the invoice from the seller.
Please, no.
Invoice from the seller. It's not in the lawsuit. They don't talk about it. Now you're going to see the real price of the 800 with the attachments. Because remember, they told customs that everything come up to $83,303. So they tell customs. Customs form, the 8 form show that. Here we are. Still have a problem with the date, but this is what we have. Still have a problem with the invoice number. Still have a problem with the PO. But this is what we have. EM800. That is the drill that they claim that they purchased. Right? And here, what the company did, based on what I'm being told through a source, is that this is the kit, but they broke it down to say, okay, This is the kit, but here is how much each component of the set costs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have the master console, you have cable, you have this, you have that. Keep going. You have saws, angled. You have this footed thing here. You have this one here. And this is the last of it. Okay. I want you to look at the price. If this is the invoice that they're claiming, there is a price. For the set, 33,000 US dollars. Remember what the contract said? The contract, need I remind all of you what the contract said? Hold on. What the contract that Kevin, hold on. Here's another one with the attachment and the foot switch. That's 25 grand, right? But the one I just showed you said it's 33,000. Now let's look at the contract again and see what was contracted for. Here it is. It asks for one drill. It doesn't mention 2,000 parts or whatever. It just said we need one drill. One drill and a 2-year maintenance for $199,000. One drill and a 2-year maintenance for $199,000. And yet, when we go over here and we look, we see that they paid $33,000 for the whole set. Now you understand, people, how much money they made off of this one deal. The paperwork from customs says we paid the value of the items we're bringing in for the drill, $83,000. Medtronic says we're selling you the set for $33,000. If you look at the thing, you'll see they buy a whole bunch of things that the contract didn't ask them to buy. So it's either they were bringing in extra stuff for the drill that they were going to sell later on, like some of the saws, or they were bringing in stuff that they were going to use elsewhere, but they let the government pay the taxes. They're just bringing everything on the same invoice. Because the contract says we just need one drill. And what else does the contract say? The contract says anything else that you might bring in is of no moment if it contradicts the contract. Because this document governs over all other documents. No extraneous document supposed to come in and override this document. This document we're talking about. This document. This contract. That contract. No other document can come in and override it. And it says it right here. Remember I showed you, it says it right here. Number 3, this contract shall prevail over all other contract documents. In the event of any discrepancy or inconsistency within the contract documents, then the documents shall prevail in the order listed above. And here it is right here. That contract agreement. This contract agreement, this document right here. And this document calls for only 2 things. 1 drill, 2 years maintenance. It asks for 100 pieces of stuff. So the question is, this 100 pieces we are bringing, for who? For what? Because I have a I have a suspicion that if they bring in the 100 pieces, the hospital probably wouldn't get that 100 pieces. And they bring in a lot, from what I'm being told, they bring in a lot of disposables that this contract didn't ask for. And this is this is what they gave. This is what they gave to the court. So the question then is, how to make money? How to make, because look, here's what happened. Kevin, bear with me. Look at what happened here, right? We have a contract here. Not a contract, we have an invoice here, right? Page 2. Right? If you believe all of this stuff that's floating around. Page 2, 27, the exact amount for the drill. The exact amount for the drill. So we have that for 27. Then when you go to this contract, we have this. We have this right here, 8 assessments notices for customs for importation of the drill. And those 8, remember now, one over there said 27 million. This one that they attach to the contract, attached to the lawsuit, it comes up to 83,303. Let me add up that and see how much that come to. Hold on a second. 83,303, 83,303.81 times 158. That's 13 million. That's 13 million. People, them tell, I could do it in Jamaican dollars then, them tell customs said the value of the things we're bringing in with the drill and the attachment is 13 million. But then the invoice says, page 2, the invoice says 27 million. And then Medtronic say, I'm going to do Medtronics now, 33,001.94 times 158, 5 million. So Kevin, I don't understand this. We're getting 3 different numbers. I don't understand this. We get one number. We get the 27 million, right, on the invoice. We get what was it? The 83 million.
So we have a 5 million, we have a 13 million.
Yeah.
And we have a 27 million.
303.81 times 158. 13 million. So we have a
13 million, a 5 million, and a 27 million. So, well, with 13, which is what Meditech pay Medtronic, we have the 5 million. No, the third. Wait, which one was which? No, I'm confused. Merciful Father. So, all right, Meditech pay 13 to Medtronic, and they tell customs an amount that include their markup to give you the 27 million. It makes sense. You know, get it? You know, get it, Rebel? 13 million Meditech pay to Medtronic, and they tell customs the amount plus the markup. So you get your 27 million.
And then the chart.
People, this thing look hard.
People, we went through that, and Kevin just explained it in a nutshell. And that is the money that they paid Medtronic is a different amount. They said they paid 33,000 Medtronic. Medtronic said they collected 33,000 for the set. Then when they come to to customs, they come up with 83,000. And then when they bill 199,000. They bill 199,000. So they have numbers going all over. So you know what happened, Kevin? What happened is that there is a possibility of fraud committed against for the customs duty. Because remember now, people, they brought the thing in and brought it under the auspices of the government when that shouldn't have been. You contracted with the government to deliver a product. Oh. Guess what? Guess what, people? When you do procurement, I won't even get into the procurement piece yet. When you do procurement, you take the low and you put out your specifications. I want a drill. I want a 2-year maintenance. I want a EM800 drill. Blah, 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 blah. Guess what you do with the bidders? You take the lowest bidder. You take the lowest bidder. Let me find the lowest bidder, yeah, Kevin. It's up here.
The 15 grand.
There's so much things up here right now that boy, me I tell you, Kevin.
The 15 grand was the lowest bid because there was a 15 grand and there was a 25 grand.
But I want to show them. I want to show the people them so that them not walk away thinking that, oh, them guys are make up stuff. We don't want them walk away with that, Kevin. That's not it. Hold on.
But I don't think we're that yet versed, Ratty, because it's a different school and a different teaching that can allow you to, at the highest level of our society, our government, for you to act in this manner, where as a sitting member of parliament, you are a majority shareholder in a company that is contracted to bring goods to sell to the government to pass off to a hospital for people to spend tons of money to use.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we reach that level. In fact, I don't think you get the training from FBI to reach that level. It's a different level of training. And wherever it is, whomever it is that is the instructor in that class, I want to know them. Because if it's their own material that they're using to train, because everybody it is apparently doing the same thing. So if it's their own material that they're using to do the training, I want my hands on that material because that is business growth and development and the keys to success at the highest level.
Mm-hmm.
You are making more than twice the amount that you're spending on a product with just one simple sale. And you're making it in such a way that other people involved can get a cut. Now, I'm not saying that anybody get a cut. I'm just saying that the amount of money that you make, everybody can get a good cut. Not a slice, not a sliver, a cut.
Right.
And historically, we have seen where this is how corruption has worked. You know, you do your little thing and a man get a piece, you slip a thing under a table here and slip a thing under a table there. We've seen that this is how it operates. So we know what is happening. But we also know that the only people that are suffering from it are the people at the bottom of the ladder. The lowest part of the totem pole. So when the people them at the bottom of the totem pole decide to walk out, what will happen to the people on the top? We just haven't been able to collectively agree that we're not going to sit here and have them play this game of Monopoly on our backs. Because the one and
No,
two people are walking out, getting up and walking off. The rest that are staying are keeping the table leveled. So the dolly house can't mash up. Turn over the game.
Kevin, there is a video with the Minister of Health. I don't see it
Yeah,
up
man.
here. Yeah, I want to play that one
I-
and show the people them something because there's something wrong with the dates though.
When he was at Bustamante?
Yes, when the lady, that doctor was explaining the 800 drill.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
Yeah, they didn't ask. Again, people, you go back to the contract. I didn't see anywhere in the contract where they said they want 100, 200, 300 parts. They said they want a drill. So what do? You buy a drill set. And what they did, that's it. Yeah, put that down there for me. All right, we want to play something for you now, people. And listen carefully to what the doctor said. And then I want you to listen to our dates, and then remember when these things came in. They came in around October of 2024. All right, here we go.
Here I say I want to see this mysterious drill that has attracted so much attention, and I'm sure with all the questions that have been asked. And I'm not arguing too much anymore and would prefer that the debate or discussion doesn't center around cost, but more.
You hear him say? Him don't want the debate center around cost. You hear that? People want to understand what him just done say. I don't want the debate to be about cost. So that means whatever we pay for it, to just shut up. We'll just shut up, and we're going to show you the fallacy of this argument. We're going to show you this argument don't make any sense. Listen.
An opportunity to expose what neurosurgeons do and what kind of procedures are involved and the complication of those procedures to treat with our young Jamaicans who access the facility.
Basically, to access the contents of the skull, we have to go through bone, which is why the drill is important. Prehistoric times is where we were at, Mr. Tufton. So in 2025, we were still using the equipment Harvey Cushing, the father of neurosurgery, is using.
Hear what you say? Hear what you say? In 2025, we were still using equipment, prehistoric equipment. People, the drill got to Jamaica in 2024. The drill got to Jamaica in 2024. Customs documents show that. And she said in 2025, we were still using this prehistoric drill. So where was the drill between the time it arrived in Jamaica and the time that they started using it? Where? Hold on.
So we were manually attaching perforators, Harvey Cushing, the father of neurosurgery, which is why the drill is important. Prehistoric times is where we were at, Mr. Tufton. So in 2025, we were still using the equipment Harvey Cushing, the father of neurosurgery, is using. So we were manually attaching perforators and drilling the holes. Now we have high-speed drill. This is electric, and what that does is to eliminate the need for a cylinder that can empty. That's the foot pedal, that's the console, and of course the plug. And for a basic neurosurgical drill, this is what you get. This, along with this.
You're muted, Rebel. You're muted. I don't know who you're talking to.
That video is dated May 2nd, 2025. Make we go back and show you. Look here, people. This is when it come in, you know. Look at the date right here. November 2024. November 2024. That's when it got shipped to Bustamante. And the video is dated May 2025. And she's saying 2025, we were still using prehistoric things. So what were they doing during that time with the video, with the drill? Plus, my people, look at this. Where the Kev, so much things up here, so we can't. All right. When you remember this drill, what them claim say, them send the drill go fix. Remember them say them send the drill go fix, you know, right?
That was the EM200.
EM200. Why is it? And I've been told that the EM800 is just a bells and whistles version of the 200. Why is it they were still using this manual thing when they have this drill in Jamaica that could have been used to help the children? Why? And here, me could go back to the lawsuit again. Me could show you them own words. What them say? Me sure what them say. Hold on. What them say that it is. They said that they said that they lease out drills. Hold on, I'm going to show now.
Well, Meditech said that they lease medical supplies too.
Oh, they said that. You're right. They said that. Yeah, they said that. They said that. Here's another point too. You know, this point right here, we want to talk about the thing. I'm going to show them at the bottom regarding the export. We never want to get to that. But here is something else. Here's something else that Mr. Williams said. He said that what Dr. Daw said was that he was involved in corrupt practices and has a history of being involved in questionable practices, considering the reference to Estate Bridge, an entity which was under investigation by the Integrity Commission. Dr. Dawes, you never got the full distance, because you could have said it's not just Estate Bridge, it's Imperium and it's Positive Media. It's all three companies were examined by the Integrity Commission, and all three companies were established by the Prime Minister. Dr. Dawes shouldn't stop at Estate Bridge. He should have got the full course. But him stop. And what him say, and what Dr. I don't think anybody said that he was corrupt. Mr. Williams was corrupt because of Estate Bridge. What they were trying to do, I suspect, is to make the connection that, listen, this man was involved with three organizations established by the Prime Minister that were under investigation by the Integrity Commission. And that is a fact. That is a fact.
Not only a fact, but it's a truth.
Indeed. Indeed. I want to find the part. Artio. Here it is right here. It is right here. It says right here. Let me put it up. In B. It says the defendant's media conference. They're talking about Dr. Dawes' media conference. They said it was primarily advised by a commercial invoice issued to Meditech in respect of repairs carried out to the electric console of an EM200 surgical drill, which is owned, see it right as a people, owned by the first claimant. Who's the first claimant? Meditech, as part of its rental inventory. See it right as so. See it, yeah. So the question is, if you have this for rent, then why is it they never use it over Bustamante Children's Hospital? Why? And the lady is saying, go back and play what she said. You're all right, so?
Well, we have to go through both, which is why the drill is important. Prehistoric times is where we were at, Mr.
Prehistoric times mean any time before them start uses drilling up. And this thing was aired, was made. This video was made May 2nd of 2025. So prehistoric time before that, we are used the thing where you go. So, well, what happened to this 200 drill that was in Jamaica? As part of the rental
Available
inventory.
to rent if you can buy.
Rent it. Yeah.
So in 2025, we're still using the equipment Harvey Cushing.
Get out of here. Get out of here. What do you mean we were still using? You didn't have to. Why you didn't rent it? Why you never rent it? If it's a, what did the drill arrive in Jamaica? Yeah, we have the date. The date. Here's the date. Let me show you the date when the drill arrived in Jamaica, because it arrived. Hold on a second.
That was in November 24.
That's
November 2024.
That's when it went from. That's when they were going from MedTech to Sarah to the Bustamante Hospital. But with the she's asking when did it, when I'm going to give her a possible date when it arrived. Oh,
So that
I'm
would be
right.
on the custom document.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Here are the documents. Here you have one here. October 24. That's one. Right? That's a custom document. Same date right here, October 24th.
Let's go ahead and share that.
Oh, sorry. All right, here we go. October 24th. Here it is right here, Jamaica Customs. See the October 24th. Here's another one right there in purple. That's October 24th. Here's another one in purple or blue, depending on what you're seeing. October 24th. So all of these coming in October 24th. Let's see if there's a different date.
What's that August date on that document just now?
That's when they sign. The August date is when they sign the contract. That's when they sign the contract. Right. And then here is here's another August 24th right here.
October. Yeah, October 24th.
October 24th. Sorry, 10.
So based on this, we can
right here.
We're safely going to say that this drill was in Jamaica, October 2024.
It was in Jamaica. And here's another one though, but this one is in November 14th.
November 14th.
Yeah. Here is another one. This one is June.
Even before, so that is June. But what is that? Wait, hold on. Customs. What about that?
5,100. Let me see what that's for. No, it's the one above it. It's this one. That must be it. Is that it? That's it, 5,100. That's a different number. Wait a minute there, Kevin.
But no, sir.
People. Oh, the 5,001, that's Jamaican dollars. That's Jamaican dollars. It's for this one. It's for this. And the date on this one is June. Here it is. June 8th. And it's supposed to match up with this one up here. June 8th. There it is.
What is on that?
Okay.
That custom document.
All right, let's explore it. Here it is.
Other instruments and appliances.
We don't know what instruments. We don't know. We have no idea. Other instruments and appliances. So people, and here's one, October again, 2024. Here's another one, October 2029. So it's safe to say by October, the end of October, all of this stuff. October, November, yeah. And here it is in May, she's telling the man that, oh, in 2025, we didn't use it and thing. But here's the thing. They had access to, and I say that we have Dr. Deborah here already, but they had access to it. They had access to the EM200 drill, and they tell you that the EM200 drill can do essentially the same thing as the EM800. They tell you that. So why didn't they use that?
In fact, we heard that from the companies selling it. We heard that from MedTech.
Yes.
Medtronic. It was that said that two do the same thing, basically.
All right. Do you know what, Kevin? We're gonna stop it right there, some people, because there's so much more. There's so much more. But what happened is we need more time. And in the meantime, we have Dr. Deborah Hickling Gordon here waiting. And we don't want to keep her waiting because it's a very important woman. And her time is at a premium. This thing that we're showing you, we have it in our possession. So we can always show it to you. All right? So look, without further delay, let me bring on Dr. Deborah. I don't know if it's Deborah or Deborah, because I went to law school with a lady who, same spelling, and she called herself Deborah. That's how she wanted. She didn't say, oh no, it's Deborah. All right. People, without any delay, I present to you Dr. Deborah Hickling Gordon. Doc, can't hear you. We can't hear you.
You're muted.
Right. Good evening to you and your listeners and viewers. Are you hearing me well?
Loud
and clear.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here my first time on this particular platform. So
you'll never have another experience like this one.
So I've been told.
Listen, what Kevin says, eh?
That I'll never have another experience like this one. You guys do your homework, so I expect it's gonna be a wild ride.
No, man, it's gonna be a nice ride. It's gonna be a nice ride.
All right.
Listen, one of the things that we do when we have a family member coming on for the first time, we want to introduce the family member to the other family members watching and in the chat.
Right.
So what I would like for you to do is just explain to us who is Dr. Gordon.
Oh, well, Deborah Hickling Gordon, I am here in my capacity as Shadow Minister for Culture and Creative Industries through the People's National Party. So I represent the People's National Party for that particular portfolio. But I come to that role having been on the faculty of the University of the West Indies for the past about 10 years. And before that, working with Sister P, I was her advisor on a number of areas, including the culture and creative industries. And before that, I was her special assistant and director of her personal unit, which meant that I ran the personal unit for the Prime Minister for the both periods while she was Prime Minister. So I traveled extensively with her. I was responsible for putting together her content, which is where the creative part of it came together. So there were teams of writers, but in the end, I was the last person to see the scripts before they all went out and before she went through and ensured that, her voice and her stamp of approval went on anything that was going out, in particular speaking materials. Before that, I've worked in broadcasting, culture, creative industries. I've been in theater. I've done public relations and advertising. I've worked across the cultural and creative industries. I was a broadcaster for a while with the JBC. and then on my own as an independent broadcaster. And then I became a researcher in television and broadcasting and journalism, and the convergences that have happened since I was a broadcaster on television many years ago. I've written a book on broadcasting in Jamaica and Africa. I'm very interested in the relationship between Jamaica and Africa. But in particular, as a faculty member at university in the Department of the Institute of Caribbean Studies, I am clear that what we think about culture in policy, which is my specialization, my academic specialization, we think of culture as being knock pan and go to function and entertainment and and it is all of that too. And it is important that we go through a process of creating the economic structures to make that work for us. But culture is about those things that you talk about every day on this program. It's about who we are and what we believe ourselves to be. So when we're talking about issues of corruption and we're talking about a government that is legitimizing in some ways corruption, and we're talking about a government that is bringing issues of corruption into, kind of the everyday sphere, and in a way that we're even being asked to turn a blind eye to the ways in which they are doing that, then we're talking about our culture. We're talking about a government which has influence on the direction in which a nation goes. And we have to think very carefully about some of those things. And it does have relationships with issues to do with entertainment, which is what everybody thinks cultural policy is about. But it's really about values and attitudes, the things we know, the things we believe, our historical beliefs, and how they come back in the present day and affect us. The issue, all of those issues to do with race and the racism, the rhetoric of the Jamaica Labour Party that is hateful. And again, by mainstreaming that kind of rhetoric, what that does to us as a nation. So it's about taking culture seriously, much more seriously than we have in many years. And this is what I hope to bring to the process of the discussion of culture. So I've had a lot of experience in the operationalization of culture. I'm now at a point where I've done the analysis of culture, and now I want to bring solutions to addressing issues of our cultural confidence as a Jamaican people. So that's me in a nutshell. That's me in a nutshell.
Well, let me ask you two quick things before we
Sure.
get real deep. One, how do you
Yeah.
want to be addressed on this platform?
Deborah is fine. Dr. Hickling Gordon is
Okay.
good. My, my mother always told me that she named me Deborah, so I'm very good with that name.
Okay, cool. That takes care of the formalities.
Mhm.
Why has this been your path?
Wow, that's an amazing question. Okay, so there are different elements to that and different levels to that. Why did I take on this role of spokesperson for culture and creative industries? And so that's important because I'm not running for a seat. So a lot of people ask me, but Deborah, you've gone into this political sphere, but you've not gone into representational politics. And I tell them that politics is about power and the intersection of power and meaning. And if we're going to influence power and meaning, you don't necessarily need to be a representative in its traditional form. I am interested in representing the cultural space. And that is my why. I've been dealing with culture and creative industries I've been dealing with from the perspective of policy for many years. I've been a practitioner. I have had businesses that have done well, businesses that have failed. And I know the hardships that cultural and creative practitioners have gone through in this era. And I know that a lot of it is because of an absence of care about the area of culture. And for me, when I saw that I have 2 nephews and a niece, all 3 of whom have gone into the areas of culture, 2 are going, one going to university, one in university, and one at high school. But they're all actively cultural practitioners, as many of our young people are. I said to myself, there has to be a path that makes it not as difficult for them than it was for the rest of us who have chosen culture and have had to legitimize our choices. When our parents said to us, so what you're going to do with that? Or when how you're going to go and study culture or study music or study dance or study art. I mean, where you're going to end up with that? You're going to be hungry for the rest of your life. But you recognize that there is a whole sector out there that cultural and creative industries that is earning $3 billion globally, and that we just need to organize ourselves in order to get the right piece of that pie. And because I have studied it and I have lived it, I've been a practitioner for 35 years. I am clear that there are some solutions that are not being actioned at the moment that need to be brought to the fore, and I am ready to get it done for the generation of my niece and nephews.
That's a good why. I'll take it.
Okay.
Rebel.
Yeah, Doc.
Yeah.
Deborah.
Yeah.
You are the spokesperson for cultural and creative
industries.
Come to your mic.
Culture,
Rebel. Talk
culture and creative industries. So culture is the big element that speaks about who we are and why we are, how we are, what we do, the choices we make, and all the influences that create this Jamaica that we say is resilient, and they say we little but we talawa, and we're at a point where I am of the very firm belief that we're tired of being resilient. We're tired of, we want to transcend Talawa now. We want to get into the realm of wealth and wealth creation and thriving, being happy, being, having a kind of society where people feel content. That's a big word, being content. Content mean that, you can get up in the morning and you know where breakfast is coming from, you know where lunch is coming from, you know how you're getting where you're going. You don't have to worry about how you're going to get the toll and whether, the little things. So that's culture. And then creative industries is how we use our creative expression to create an economy that is now going to help us to grow Jamaica and build Jamaica and cause Jamaicans to have a means of wealth creation through activities that they enjoy: film, music, art, and they do well. The things that are our competitive advantage, our comparative advantage, the things that you do every day, that you do all afternoon on a Saturday. This is a part of the cultural and creative industries, yeah? And there are many elements of it. People don't know how much research you have to do to, spend. They think you just come on every day and talk and talk and talk and talk, but they don't realize the kind of work that is required to make it happen. And so that's a part of the process. So it's a two-edged sword. Well, not sword. It's two. There are two elements. There's culture, who we are, and then there's expression that we use now as an economic means within industries.
All right. The you are the spokesperson on culture and I just
Creative industries.
creative industries. I don't know. Oh, it's right here. You
Yeah.
know what? Look like me I got blind in the dark here. So let me just highlight this one.
Turn on your light. I should turn on mine too.
By the way, let me tell you something. I don't need no light to tell you how young you look because people in the chat I say you look too young for kind of experience what you have.
No, I'm a big woman. I have nieces. I am the eldest of three, and my brothers and sisters have children who are 21, 22, 23. So me, I'm a big woman.
So them just like a year older than you then.
You're too sweet. Yeah, I'm sweet mouth. That's
can
what you
tell you,
would
no,
say in
Rebel.
our culture. Mhm.
I can tell you, it's a long time I hear the name Deborah Hickling. Long time. And I've left
Okay.
Jamaica over 20 years now.
Yeah, and it's a funny thing, most people now know me through the work that I do at the university. And not many people know of the work that I did before that in broadcasting and television and those areas. So a lot of them speak to me
That's
about,
where I know it
yeah,
from.
but everything you say is theoretical. And I say, I can come to the theoretical, I can come to the big ideas because I've lived it. I've been a broadcaster who use we don't have all this fancy equipment now. We used to use masking tape to tape up things to get on air at night. We had these huge tapes, and it was what takes one person took 15 people. So we've been there and we've lived it. We've seen the transition, so we know how the thing works and how to make it better.
Let me here's where I'm going with this question now.
Hmm.
You are the spokesperson, culture and creative industries.
Hmm.
Are you when I said the opposition spokesperson, does that mean that you would speak to the ministry or the mandates of the ministry of I think it's culture, gender, entertainment.
Entertainment and sport. Yes,
So you would
that's a very good question. So let me explain it. We are spokesperson. We are shadow ministers as a part of a shadow cabinet, but we shadow portfolios. We don't shadow people. There are people who take it personally and believe that we shadow them as an individual, but we don't shadow people. We shadow portfolios. So what President Golding has done, he saw culture and creative industries, sport, digital, and innovation as three separate areas that required policy intervention, specialist policy interventions, right? So Wavell covers sport. They're all related. And Dr. Horton, Andre Horton, covers science and technology, innovation and digital, and I cover culture and creative industries. So those all speak to that portfolio or set of portfolios, right? So we each take a specialist look at those areas because we all have expertise in those areas. And that is what makes the difference in the policy making that we bring forward, because Wavell, of course, in his area of labor, as well as in sport, because of the work that he does that crosses both of those paths, he's very clear on those issues. Andre Horton, we don't even have to talk about his expertise as an economist and so on. And my work, both academic and practical, in culture and creative industries. Now, that was important because President Golding indicated that he saw these as pivotal areas for our growth trajectory. He's the first leader to say these are critical areas that need to form a part of the growth path, the sustainable growth path for Jamaica. Economic growth. That's never been done before. Because I don't know what it is, but people have always been afraid of including culture and creative industries. In fact, the Prime Minister had said that he found it to be an area of risk. And that he didn't come to become a prime minister in order to just speak about Jamaica as an area with music and sport. Less counting culture and creative industries as if it doesn't have a place in in the process of charting a growth path for Jamaica. Now, if you think about it, we have 20 subsectors in the cultural and creative industries. 20. Our very rough calculations show us that if you really do the economic impact assessment for cultural and creative industries, we surpass banking and finance. We can and will surpass mining and quarrying. We can and will surpass even areas of tourism. But it's just that we have not ever had a government that has put all the pieces together to be able to quantify what that looks like. And that's one of the objectives that I think is a priority area, because I need to be able to go to Julian in the Ministry of Finance and say to him, 25%. We hold 25% of GDP. And I need to be able to say so conclusively. So we need to have a government with the political will to do that kind of work. Culture for us in Jamaica has always been about getting a bounce. You know, whenever the government need to get a little bounce, either at election time or when they have a dip in popularity, or if they go have a big show, or they make a big announcement, or they do something that makes people feel good. So Olympics come and they put on a piece of music or a celebratory activity. So they've used it in that way. Culture has never been seen of itself as being a serious part of our growth and development trajectory. And that's one of the things that I think is very important, taking culture and creative economy seriously.
Now, let me ask you before Kevin comes. Let me ask you this question. You said that culture is about who we are.
Mm-hmm.
And the creative industries is basically how we express ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people have made and continue to make the argument that who we are today is a far cry from who we were.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a lot of factors that you can attribute to that.
Mm-hmm.
Education,
Mm-hmm.
economic status.
Mm-hmm.
You can talk about how policing is done in certain areas,
Mm-hmm.
housing, infrastructure. Tell me, how do you see migration as well?
And global political change over a period of time.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
tell me now, who are we?
Who are we? We are a diverse group of people. If you want to go to the theory of it, right? People, they talk about this thing called creolization, which really speaks about this melting pot of people. So when we talk about out of many one people, we are talking about that diverse group of people. And that's what makes cultural policy so difficult, because there are always these different perspectives around who we are. Because who you are is not who your daughter or son sees themselves as. It's not who your father and mother sees themselves as. But so there's all of this intergenerational play. Who you are is not the same as someone from a different socioeconomic group sees themselves are, and there are different levels of behaviors and so on. So it's really about coming to a core understanding of who the Jamaican people or the Jamaican is. Now, there are some kernels that have come out that kind of identify across the board generally who the Jamaican is, and that is that issue of we little but we tell a war. When we describe ourselves as being resilient and forthright. We describe ourselves as being proud. But there are other elements of who we are. There are elements of us who are violent. We see that in our crime statistics, and we have to be real about those issues. There are some of us who are, have behavioral issues. We see that in just the ways that people drive. and how they, they carry themselves. There are negative elements of who we are that we need to face, and we need to face up to them. But unfortunately, one of the challenges in terms of how we deal with culture is we look at culture as what my grandmother would call the kiki. We laugh about everything and we want everything to be happy and jolly. But if we don't come to the realization of some of the challenges that we have, then we're not going to be able to fix the problems. And culture is one of those areas where you really have to stand up and look in the mirror. You have to be able to be honest with yourself in order to fix, to identify the gaps in our culture and to fix some of those things. You have to be honest with yourself. And there are some things that are frightening about who we are in this, and this acceptance of corruption is one of those that is frightening for me, because I am frightened by the notion that so many Jamaicans are willing to sit and just kind of say, yeah, this is bad, but, and go about their business, because it's something that impacts all of us and generations to come. And if we don't stand up for some of those issues, then we really have to ask ourselves, who are we? Who are you as a Jamaican if you're going to allow these things to happen? And you're not going to make a decision, to kind of change or fix them or use your voice to do something. Even our artists, to say to them, guys, you're not seeing what's happening. You're not seeing that you're being kept grateful or being kept hungry, and, what's happening?
You know what, Deborah? I think based on, because I've heard you mention corruption several times now.
Yeah.
I think Peter Bunting should probably lend some of that role to you. Give you some of that role to talk about it, because you have done an excellent job of kind of like highlighting it and put it in terms that people can really understand. But before you answer, I know you want to say something, but I must ask you this question. A dear friend of the program,
Yes,
said to me, he wrote, please ask her. And I was going to ask you a question that is not quite this question, but it's connected. It said, how will this industry be structured to allow people of low socioeconomic, that is to say, poor people, to substantially benefit? For example, most money in the entertainment industry is made by big players. Will this trickle down to the small man? Will this industry truly benefit the poor outside of government taxes and fees?
I am so glad that question came, because and I'm glad we can have the discussion at this level. A lot of the interviews that I've been asked to do, people just want to hear, how much stadium you're going to build, and how much, what are some of the tactical measures that you're going to take. I think that there is a kind of deeper underbelly of it, and that goes to the heart of that question. So I'll answer it this way. We have taken culture and creative activity out of we've not placed emphasis on it in our communities, because we've not empowered our communities to practice culture and creative activities in ways that will allow them to thrive. So what we call, we're launching in the next week or so, what we call Project G. It's a 5G strategy. And the first G is about nurturing greatness. So everywhere we go, you see somebody who is talented. We went to Monique Teachers College the other day, and they have a band, and there are these 3 amazing young women with the band performing. And I thought to myself, so where these young ladies gonna go after all of this? What is their trajectory? You go into the church, you see people performing at the greatest levels, but then, there's nowhere for them to go, because nobody really believes that it's our job in the first place. Yesterday, it's funny. I saw an MP aspirant from the other side saying that he has all of these people in his constituency. It was an admission. It was the most wonderful admission, actually. All these people in the constituency that he's aspiring for who are involved in music, but they don't have, there's no advancement for them. There's nowhere for them to go. So he's now going to be looking in that direction. And that's how it's been ever since we've had a music industry, that individuals, that one or two come through. So you have 1% or 2% who boss, right? There has to be a process by which, starting at the beginning, nurturing greatness, that you are now putting music and culture and creative industries and cultural awareness back into the schools in a very specific and significant way. The second is about bringing it back to communities, so that you are facilitating the sound man, the man who have who doing his round robin. You're facilitating those people with small studios. You're facilitating those people with small venues to be able to maximize their potential. Damian Crawford had come up with a policy about 10 years ago about special entertainment zones. And he had 4 different types of zones, and one of them must be a community-based zone, so that there is emphasis on growing culture from the ground up. There was also a time, I don't know if you all remember, when we used to have festivals, and there was an emphasis on the Busu Festival, the Curry Festival, the Yam Festival, the Banana Festival. Everywhere you went, there was a festival. So that's another part of empowering communities to use culture as a part of their as their economic and social development. But there's one other thing. Because I'm not running for a seat, I have been going around to many of the other seats to support my colleagues in the PNP. And what I found is that every single constituency and the communities that I go to in every single constituency have very specific and very unique elements of cultural expression within them. And I thought to myself, what we need to do is create what we call cultural districts within, or creative districts within communities. So that went into Duane Park. In Duane Park, the thing that struck me most of all about Duane Park is the sense of entrepreneurship in that area. Every second house have a shop, or the slot machine, or something entrepreneurial is happening in Duane Park. And then there's this remarkable museum that exists in Duane Park, and around the corner is a little sports bar, and right in front of the sports bar is an open land where they park cars. And I thought to myself, why we don't have a creative district right there in Duane Park, where the people who come off the tour bus and go to the museum, which is a remarkable museum on Mononlee, then they leave there and they go around to the cafe and have a drink. And then there is a show that is taking place at the, we use a little area and create a park that might include the Duane Park primary school dancers, or, whatever it is. But everybody within that, within that sphere, that part of the community can be empowered. And it's not just about economic power, but it's about the inclusion of the community, so that they can take care of the community and take care of those facilities. And it sounds like pie in the sky, but it's been happening in Jamaica for years. The festival movement, children have been involved in that sort of activity, where the people in the community make them costume, and them stay up all night to make sure that the little girls have them pretty costume, and they get on a bus. The bus is from the community. So there are lots of linkages that exist within communities. The third G is growth. When you put all those pieces together, you now need the structures that will allow you to grow the economy. So I was doing a piece of research one time, and it was the mapping of Kingston's creative city. That's a whole other story, because we've been a creative city since when, and there's no plan for the creative city in the last 10 years. I can't figure that out. Anyway, one of the things we're looking at in terms of the mapping of the creative city is recognition that most of our creative practitioners come out of underserved communities and underdeveloped communities. And those are the ones who are never mapped. Those are the ones who are never counted. So they're not on any list at JAMPRO, and they're not on any registry at the Ministry of Culture, because they are operating under the radar. And there's a means by which we are indicating that you have to be able to move those people from under the radar, sensitively, with the recognition of why they don't want to be above the radar, but to find ways in which we, as indigenous ways in which we can account for them and ensure that they can become a part of getting the benefits that exist within the culture and creative industries that are to flow in the future once it's formalized. The other two are governance and, of course, going global, which speak to the bigger picture elements of culture and creative industries. So we have a strategy. We're not just leaving it to chance. Yeah.
Well, no, I tell Kevin, say I'm just going to ask one question. I'm coming, but there's a part B to the question.
All right.
The listener, he said he's asking about the funding question. He said, I'm
Oh,
clear on the access to funding to communities to make this happen. Most communities and entertainment entrepreneurs from communities don't have the funds. Will the
yes.
government create a development fund and create a quota system so that the market share is not sequestered in the money class?
Yes, that's a very good question too. Recently, Julian Robinson, in his sectoral debate, he announced a $1 billion fund, a development fund for cultural and creative industries. Now, in the scheme of things, it's a drop in the bucket for what is required to develop cultural and creative industries, but it's a start and it's important. Now, the issue is that it's for business development, right? So it's for the development of small businesses in order to get them to go through the phases of firm growth. Now, what we will have to do is match the issues of mapping and community development to ensure that funds are going to some of the community development committees to ensure that the distribution of those funds are equitable. It's going to take some doing, but it is at the core of what we believe should be done. So it is at the core of how we see the process of culture and creative industries developing. We are One of the things that we are going to do. I can't tell you everything because I've been told. Mr. Dayton Campbell tell us to be careful of the things that we are putting out, because every time we talk, the next day that thing is announced as something that is going to happen. But there is a structural element of the Ministry of Culture that we are going to make some changes with, that is going to have a part of that, a department within that element that will be looking to increasing equity and the distribution of resources across sectors and groupings within the culture and creative industries. It's going to be hard, and it's going to take some money and some doing. We have to solve some of the processes of convincing governments, successive governments, that this is an area that we need to spend money on. The country needs a CAT scan machine, and the choice is between a CAT scan machine and providing money for somebody to, fix their small venue. Trust me, it's going to be the CAT scan machine, right? So there's some of those issues that we also have to overcome, but that's links back to the research, because if I can go to Julian and say to him 20%, I am in excess of 20% GDV. If you pour the money into us, then we're gonna make it back, so you can have 10 CAT scan machines. So there's a lot of work to do to change the paradigm of what we see culture as.
Kevin?
My turn now, Rebel.
But no, go ahead.
All right. So I hear the ideas, I hear the direction,
Right,
some of what I hear the recognition of what exists
right,
because it is there. If there's one
right.
thing that Jamaica is, it's content rich, whether it is politics or crime or entertainment in the backyard. We're content rich. We have an Edna Manley College for the Performing Arts, where I have spent some time going over there. I used to work at Mutual Life. I used to go across there. My cousin was attending the school there. I know some people from there. And we have seen where we have entertainers that have come out of the gates of the Edna Manley College. It's all good and well to put forward a proposal to now capitalize on this and to make the ghetto people have another option because we know the talent that exists in the ghetto. How do we go about making that sustainable across political lines? Because again, this needs to be people oriented and not politically oriented. And the government that we talk about is a government that includes all parties. Well, I say all and I put up two because it's two major parties, but some
Well,
little
be
stragglers along
careful
the way.
of those fingers, you know.
I know that something like that was going to come from somewhere. I just didn't expect it to be you.
Two.
Lest it be said that anything political is going on over here. There needs to be a people thing. How do we go about making it just that? And when it materializes, and I'm going to say if, because we have been dibbling and dabbling around it for so long, we shouldn't be afraid to talk about what it is that we're going to do, even if somebody else going to want to feel like they want to jump on it. Go ahead and jump on it. Tell me how you're going to make it work, because we did the research. Tell me how you're going to make it work. Right? So don't be afraid to talk about it. And I would say to anybody, talk up the things, because this is how we move forward. So how do we make this that you have in your head, and I know you see all the moving parts, sustainable and across political lines and cultural lines, as in communities, the uptown versus the downtown kind of a thing.
That's a reasonable position. And actually, I have never been on an interview where there has been a level of openness to speak about these issues. I'm ready. The difficulty is that there are some people who are affronted by even having these discussions. So I'm going to be, so let's talk culture and let's talk the political element first. We can go to class and we can go to race and we can go to all of the others, gender, demographics, all of that. The challenge that we have had is that culture and creative industries, first of all, has not been an area of priority in terms of the development and growth agenda for 30 years. For as long as there has been this notion of creative industries, right? There has been, through respective administrations, different elements of growth and different elements of focus on this area. What we've not had is an agreement to move towards a sustainable framework, as you have said. So, for example, in 2013, when Portia Simpson Miller was prime minister, she indicated that she saw this fragmentation that existed in culture and creative industries, where we have 6 ministries, we still do, that have major elements of the policy development for culture and creative industries. So it's not just the Ministry of Culture. In fact, most of the policy development work that has taken place and technical work has taken place taken place outside of the Ministry of Culture. And I can prove that. I don't say that with water in my mouth. There are many other ministries, departments, and agencies that have done a lot of the technical work that should have come out of the Ministry of Culture. Now, because of that, she decided that she was going to create what we call then the National Cultural and Creative Industries Commission, to bring all the pieces together, to create for the first time at last, to ensure that the pieces, we would connect the dots and we would create the policy that would move the thing forward. Now, when we changed governments in 2016, we created a board. It was participatory, so it was people who coming out of representatives from professional organizations. They had a say in the development. They created a framework as to see the direction that they wanted to go in. And then 2016, we lost the election. That board has never, ever met since then. UNESCO brought in a framework that they call the national team. I am on the UNESCO expert facility that goes around the Caribbean to assist other countries to address their issues through national teams. Another participatory element. They gather the national team, they meet a couple of times, and then they pick and choose who they want to talk to at whatever time to do particular elements. Sometimes you have to force yourself in. I've had to. I don't know if it's because of my political orientation, but as a professional in the area, I've had to force myself in to get particular information. So there's been no continuity in that regard. There is an insurance scheme that this administration has put in place. That is a very good thing because it has provided for many cultural and creative practitioners insurance, but it falls short because it is not sustainable. So the question came up when the insurance scheme was put in place as to whether we would keep it when we were in government. And my answer is, once I'm there, we'll be keeping it. But we have to find a sustainability framework. We have to build on the things that work, those things that are important. And then we need to address where the challenges where they don't work. Yeah? So there's the issue of the special entertainment zones that was designed by Damian Crawford in 2013. They are now being implemented, albeit 10 years later, and they're being implemented in a way that there's no infrastructure behind it. They just kind of open up a place and say, go on and have dance. And they've announced many others. But these are some of the things. That's why you need a plan. That's why you need a policy that you are going to refer to, that has standards and structures and processes that you are clear. These are the objectives, just like the National Development Plan that exists. We need to have that the sectors agree on, not the politicians. That the politicians facilitate and have the sectors come up with their own sector plans. And then they move it forward. And then it can be changed because this is not about a politician. But the problem is that at the moment, I've heard President Golding talk about discretionary funds. in government, where particular individuals, most often ministers, are the people who determine who gets what, where it's spent, how it's spent. And in culture, we have this thing in procurement, where once it's a cultural service or good, the contract can there is no that it can be a sole source contract. Yeah, so there are lots of contracts that are offered based on the procurement, that procurement guideline. And so what we need to do is ensure that there are standards and rules. My sister, who's a governance, she's a governance specialist. She said once there are standards and rules, and there is good record keeping, then once somebody steps out of line, then it will be shown. In the same way that a lot of the corruption will be shown, and in the same way why steps are being taken at the moment to ensure that there are people who will overlook elements of it when the right time comes.
Hey, you know, there's something, Deborah. I just like your expression and like the way you laugh. And I tell you what, it's not just me. I'm looking at my phone here. I'm getting people from Africa and the Middle East commenting about you.
Oh,
Them love,
wow.
them love you. Them love you. But
And I love them back.
let me ask you this. You said that a while ago. You said, I was listening to you. You said once I'm there, because you're talking about some issues that the government hasn't solved. Like you mentioned, a group that hadn't met. You know, and you said once I'm there, you'll be able to address some of the challenges. Now, one of the glaring deficiencies of this government is trying to fit square pegs in round holes. They're putting people in position where they have no business, and that's why the country is tilted. It's not tilted going up. It's like this. Everything is just going downhill. You have a doctor. You have a doctor who is Minister of National Security. You have an advertisement person who's in charge of health. You have an athlete who's the number 2 over at the Ministry of National Security. And the beat goes on and on. Now, because they have splintered that culture, gender, and entertainment and sport portfolio, and you have a piece of it, a piece is here, a piece is there, where do you see yourself?
I serve at the pleasure of President Mark Golding. Wherever he sees that I am best suited is where I will be. And I'm only interested in serving my country and in serving my party, the People's
Here's where
National
I'm going with the question. The question I'm trying to figure out is it going to be a split still, or is it going to be one ministry? Because if it's one ministry and you're here representing an aspect of that ministry, then how do you function when other people have the other pieces and you're speaking about the other pieces?
There have been discussions about that. The final decisions rest again with President Golding. It's not a set of decisions that have been taken publicly, but there have been discussions and recommendations made in that regard. So it's not in my place to project what will happen in that time.
Well, it's our place to project what we think should happen.
Absolutely.
And what we're saying is that right now, as far as culture, gender, entertainment, and sport minister, you know it's part of my loyalty.
What I will say is that I trust Mark Golding to make the right decisions for his cabinet.
You know something, too? Fenton Senior just put in the chat that you would be an excellent Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And I think so. I think because you have that interpret.
You set me up. No. You are set me up. No. We're going to talk about culture and creative industry.
No, I'm not set you up, but here's the thing.
Are you taking that from a position of because of the cultural connection that she can bridge cultures?
Yes.
Is that where you're coming from?
There's an important part of diplomacy that has to do with cultural diplomacy. But also foreign affairs is a very specific discipline. I've had a lot of, I'm not going to say experience, but interface with foreign affairs from my time at Jamaica House, because I literally was the logistical relationship with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for all of the prime ministers' foreign overseas activities. So anywhere she went, I would go. I was responsible for her preparation in that regard. So I've had significant interface, but I've used that to come to a clearer understanding of culture, which is my specialization.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm listening to you because I've been a diplomat for many years, and I can tell you that some of these things you just feel. You just feel a person, and the feeling I'm getting from the interaction we're having right now is that you would be a good representative overseas. I'm not saying you should go there. I'm just telling you some of the skill sets I'm identifying.
I thank you very much, and I would love to be able to return to the 5Gs of cultural and creative economy.
But here,
right. No, well, here's what I have to say about that.
Yeah.
Rebel. Here's what I have to say about that. She should do that from a cultural position,
right,
and use the culture to bridge those divides.
Cultural diplomacy is a very important part of that process.
Can do, yeah. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs can do what they do with this cultural bridge.
Can I also say
she doesn't have to be the one?
Can I also say that there's an element of that 5G that speaks about going global? And there is a lot to do with those arrangements that have issues to do with reparations, issues to do with, there's racism, all of those, there are a number of conventions that are posited in the Ministry of Culture that are related to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I worked very closely with Chairman Angela Brown Burke recently when she was speaking about cultural and when she was speaking about foreign affairs, and we realized how close the two elements were based on the outlook of the People's National Party. And I remember saying to her, when Michael Manley spoke about the foreign affairs agenda, that we in Jamaica, we're going to stand on our feet and not on our knees. That little did we know that we would be saying those same words, but in relation to our own government, not international governments. We have to stand up on our feet and not go down on our knees in relation to the issues that are impacting us now, which are much more serious from a cultural perspective. If you look at them, the gaslighting. If you look at people who are being forced into a place of self-doubt, misinformation, we have to stand up to some of those things, and we have to dig deep culturally to kind of come to a place where we say, no, I'm not afraid. I'm not going to be frightened of you. And when I saw the People's National Party come together and head out to Old Harbour and head out to National Heroes Park, I said, yeah, this is the culture talking back. This is the resilience coming out, that we're saying we are tired of resilience, where we want to move to transcend in Talawa. This is Jamaica saying, okay, we are blood and fire, and we're marching on. We're getting rid of the challenges that exist.
Let me get back to the 5Gs, but before I do that, let me just say that they have some, the Prime Minister established some ambassadorship for finance. So yeah, I think Mr. Adam Stewart and the Indian gentleman who messed up the COVID database and some other people, he put them out there. We haven't seen any results, but be that as it may. Um, let me just say to all of the listeners here that in case people are thinking, oh, this is a PNP format or whatever, and I know my producer is probably cringing now because she's saying stay away from it. But I just need to say that we invited Minister Grange on several occasions, including this occasion, to be here, not to be on the same platform with you, Deborah, but to come before or after, and no response. We
I
invite.
don't have a problem sitting, she says she's my Auntie Babsy, and I accept her as my Auntie Babsy, and we get on very, very well.
Yeah,
We have ideological differences. We have structure their way. We do things differently in many different ways,
no,
but we are both Jamaicans who want the best for our nation.
No, I understand, and that's why I wanted to get a balanced view. I wanted different perspectives to reign, and so she did not respond. She hasn't responded. I also invited Senator Morgan, which I do every week, and
Oh.
and he's not coming. I hear that him still calling up the name over on some other platforms, but that's okay. I love him like a Jamaican.
You
But
know what them say about ripe mango
no, go ahead, tell me.
or green mango? They're not going pick. They're not going to go after a green mango. So that means you're doing something right. So Mr. Rattigan, you're a ripe mango.
All right,
That was stone you.
And don't stone
was
green
stone
mango.
You're right.
That's right.
Yeah. But here's what happened. This my brethren, the beach access guru, right? He's following up on the first two questions that he asked me to ask you, and he said, will the 5G be a major pillar of economic growth for the PNP? What is the projected income of this industry in year one of a PNP administration? How resilient is this industry, and how dependent will this be on tourism?
You need to give that gentleman my telephone number because we need to be having some of these discussions. Okay, so that's about 5 questions. So let's start with tourism. The linkages with cultural and creative industries and tourism, especially in small island developing states, you can't have one without the other because a lot of our large market elements come from tourism. So big festivals, big events. You saw what happened with Vibes Cartel's show and Buju's show and Carnival and those things that are bringing in large budgets. So the relationship with tourism is an important one. But as Janice Allen, who is the spokesperson and shadow minister on tourism, has said, we have to now move that to a community interface. So that's really at the core of how we see our policy. Moving towards more, like I said, festivals and activities. So tourism is a huge part of that. There were about 10 other questions, Rattigan.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I should have just asked them one at a time, but I know Kevin want to come back. It was, will this be a major pillar of economic growth for the PNP? What is the projected income of this industry in year one of a PNP administration? Okay. And how resilient will this industry be? And you answer the last question.
No, we could go one at a time. So let's talk about it as an element of the growth strategy. Julian Robinson already answered that very, very clearly. He has a 4E strategy for economic growth. Yeah, energy, education, efficiency, which is things like productivity and so on, and emerging industries. Cultural and creative industries is one of the emerging industries. And why that is important and why we see that as a critical element of this process of growth is that it's the first time. I think I said it earlier. It's the first time that culture and creative industries has been included structurally as part of a sustainable growth path for Jamaica as a small island developing state with a creative city and a huge outsized influence on culture and on cultures of the world. Next one.
Next one is 1 second. Hold on. Next one is, what is a major pillar? What is the projected income?
Projected income. All right.
Yeah.
Projected income is a little harder. So at the moment, the last study put culture and creative industries as a percentage of GDP at 9.8%, it's either 9.2 or 9.8%. Yeah. And that is unverified. Now, we can't project what we are going to make if we are unclear about what we are actually making. Yeah. So that is why all the technical work that I spoke about needs to be put in place so that we have a clear understanding of the economic impact assessment of culture and creative industries for on our economy. That does not exist. And we've been putting on the University of the West Indies hat. We have been crowing about that for years. The resources have to be made available to properly do the economic impact assessment for culture and creative industries. Then a true representation can be given. But Colin Bell, my deputy, I know you guys know Colin, is very, very, very clear. He says if the global take for cultural and creative industries is $3 trillion. Why can't we focus, target 0.5% of that? That's 15 million US dollars. Yeah, but again, it's not something that just comes because you say it. As a part of the economic process, you have to build the sector, you have to count the sector, you have to value it, and then you'll be in a position to project going forward as to where you honestly say it could go. I'm not going to pull numbers out of my hat. There's a lot of work to do before we actually get there.
One question before Kevin come on. I love doing this exercise. I love going to the manifesto, the JLP manifesto 2016, 2020, and people ask me why, and I've explained because they're in power, they spend the money, they have the power of the purse strings, they have the majority, they can do whatever they want to do. So I'm looking at culture, and they have a couple of bullet points, several bullet points. One is raise cultural awareness, establish performing arts centers, provide assistance to cultural entrepreneurs, local benefits from global recognition, funding for cultural communities. These are some of the things that you've spoken about. Now, they haven't done most of these things, and now when the opposition comes into power, they're going to have to prioritize what they do with the limited funds that they have in the coffers. How do you plan to convince or influence the leadership that we need to spend money here?
Because you're not just doing it arbitrarily like this government is doing. So you have an arbitrary project here and there, and there is no clear understanding. We're doing it strategically. So within each one of these 5 Gs, there are priority projects. Yeah. And you know that one leads to the other leads to the next, and that there's an integration of projects. Cultural and creative industries is project based. Yeah. We have identified close to 200 projects that need to be done, out of which a process of prioritization has to take place, and all of them lead in the direction of the development of the cultural and creative industries. What we have done is we've identified those things, the low hanging fruit, the things like the creative districts that empowers individuals, particularly in underserved communities, immediately. That those that go to the heart of the values and attitude to try and get sorry, my phone is ringing, so it's coming up as a part of the process. So that we have junior centers, so that young people are being exposed to culture. The next generation is being exposed to culture almost immediately. The next thing is the economic part of it, where we see that we have to get the data information sorted, or we won't have an economy. We won't be able to answer questions like, what is our projection? going forward. And then on the governance side, there are lots of changes that need to be made. We need to put back in the participatory governance. We need to reinstate the National Cultural and Creative Industries Commission. We need to take a look at the Entertainment Advisory Board. We have to look at Jamaica Creative, and we need to kind of overhaul it in ways that we have identified from 2013. We started those activities. And then the final one now is to put in the enabling environment, which speaks to business development and training and trade, and 15 areas that we've identified that all of the cultural and creative industries require going forward. So how do we get the attention of those people who are making decisions? In the same way that we got Julian Robinson to say, we have to put $1 billion into business development to start. Because when we came to this process, one of the things about cultural and creative industries, nobody never business about it. But it was not an area that was a priority until we started, the team of us, Colin, Olivia Rose, myself, O'Shane Grant, we started to say, this is serious. And when we did the work empirically and showed the numbers and showed the projection, then we got to a point where by the time it came around to the budget and a year later, our colleagues were saying, yeah, we're going to start with $1 billion.
While Kevin is, let me squeeze in a quick question while Kevin's still mull over what he want to ask you. I've heard, and this happened last year, I heard it the loudest, and it came from the government when we started protesting in New York, Miami, and DC. Heard about Brand Jamaica, and they said that you're a dissident if you essentially protest against the government and you mash up Brand Jamaica. Where does, and I couldn't get a good explanation as to what is Brand Jamaica. Can you explain to us what is brand, if there's such a thing, and how do, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I certainly can. A lot of people confuse this issue of what Brand Jamaica is. There is a specific field called nation branding. In nation branding, there is a formula that is used to look at nations of the world and look at all of the elements, positive and negative, and give them a ranking. And as a part of that process, you can determine the issues that most impact that nation, the issues of their competitive advantage, and the issues of their comparative advantage. So good, bad, and indifferent is considered in the discussions about nation branding. We in Jamaica, and in particular, this particular government, speaks about Brand Jamaica as if it is an element of perfection, that we need to put forward these issues. We need to put forward Jamaica as something that is saleable. Yeah, it is, and I think we need to be clear about the understanding of whether they're doing nation branding or they're doing a marketing exercise of selling Brand Jamaica through for perhaps a tourism lens. We in culture are usually a little bit more pragmatic. There are different perspectives. Tourism wants to be able to sell their brand. Absolutely. They want to be able to sell, the perfection and pristine elements of what Jamaicans is perceived to be. But for us in culture, when it comes to issues like nation branding, we want to be clear about what we are with a view to finding the gaps and closing those gaps and fixing this thing that we call our nation brand for Jamaica. There's just two different perspectives within a discipline. And so, yeah, that's basically what is it. Do you understand? I mean,
Yeah.
did I sometimes?
No, I just love listening to that because it makes so much sense. You know what I mean? And then you provide, like you were saying a while ago, I mean, you can't be more honest than that, where you say, look, there's a different of perspectives. And here's how we see nation branding. Here's how other people see nation branding, as opposed to saying nation branding is.
Yeah.
You
There,
know, and
there are
so,
different ways to look at it.
right, Kevin.
I like the fact that you have opened up on this platform. One of the reasons is any platform that I'm on talking with people, it's never an interview. I don't conduct those. And so it affords an individual an opportunity to speak freely. As someone in representational, you have a responsibility to us, the people, because you're not out there representationally, but you're still representing. You speak of the PNP and Mark Golding, the leaders, the party looking to come in and make changes and do things. So you're looking to speak on our behalf.
Absolutely.
And as such, and some people some people in the chat disagree with me when I say don't be afraid to speak. I say that because the people, if you talk about what it is that you want to do, and I said it before and I'll say it again, if you talk about what it is that you're doing, or even start taking the steps to do it, and somebody decides to jump on it without knowing what you have done to get to the point where you can start, they are going to fail.
I agree with you, but there's another element. There's another perspective to that. You know what it means?
Go ahead.
You know what it means to fight Duppy?
Yeah, you get lion and parchment.
No,
and
not that. Not that.
tea and dove blood.
No, when you're fighting phantoms. Being in politics and like you say, opening up. I'm going to get in trouble now. Being politics very often is like fighting phantoms. So you are not seeing a lot of the things that you have to contend with are not necessarily visible to other people. And why is that important in the context of what you're talking about? I come here and I tell you all the various things that we plan to do. And I can, and I will. I've actually told you in kind of very guarded terms most of the element. There are other details.
Yes.
But then you go online and you hear an announcement. Now, I don't have the kind of access that anyone, any minister of government would have in my announcement to you to kind of when changes are made or it is made to look as if an idea is someone else's, it is still a competitive environment. Yes, I agree that we are absolutely beholden to the people who we represent, and I see my constituency as the cultural and creative, the cultural and creative industries and the economy, the practitioners within them. It is still a competitive environment, but you also have to be strategic. So, and I can always come back and say, but see, I said it on Ratikan's show. This was my idea. But that's not even the point. The point is the kind of inherent dishonesty that exists when, so for example, let me give you an example. Fighting phantoms. An activity happened the other day where the Ministry of Tourism announced that they were going to put out a training institute for the people in the tourism sector, cultural and creative practitioners, dancers, and people, training them specifically for tourism. They announced this academy. They put it out there. They had a launch. I got the intelligence, because there's very little that happens in culture that I don't know, that they didn't have a curriculum at the time that they announced it. They had no idea where they were going with it. They had hired somebody, put them in place. They had gone to Edna Manley because there was a discussion about whether Edna Manley, it should be done through Edna Manley, whether you should have Edna Manley West, and then they assuaged Edna Manley, and all of a sudden Edna Manley became a partner. But all of this happened after the idea was launched and after we were asking the questions, but we know that there's nothing behind this. And within 2 weeks, curriculum, partnership, activities. They have the resources to do that. But we know that it didn't start there. We know what the idea was behind it. Yeah. And we know that it came at a time when an announcement was required to say we are doing X, Y, or Z. And I can give you 5 or 6 examples like that. The special entertainment zone out at Fort Rocky, when the boo-boo, what happened with the environmental challenges and so on. When we went out there are no bathrooms out there. So this having an entertainment zone without the facilities put in place that would make it an entertainment zone means it's an open land within a heritage site that you're opening up. It's not an entertainment zone in the way that it has been designed, but it is sold as an entertainment zone. And that's what you call fighting phantoms. And sometimes when you're not in a position to fight phantoms. And so sometimes you have to be strategic in the way that you present information. And I have been in communications long enough to know that you choose your battles.
I'll take it.
Make sense?
Yes, man.
Okay.
We have a group of
and couple dollars.
Good.
We have a group of Jamaicans known as the Maroons. And we've had some discussions. When I say we as a country, based on what the government has done, we've had some discussion as to where do they fit into, remember we started out the conversation, or maybe halfway into the conversation, we started talking about who are we? Mm-hmm. What is your idea of how we should either assimilate or create a separate space to the Maroons? How should we deal with the Maroon issue?
The Maroons have made it very clear what they require. They have created a significant document that they have taken internationally to the United Nations. The United Nations has ruled and made recommendations to the government that has said to the government, at least treat them with respect, at least treat them with regard, and at least, kind of cease the divide and rule kind of issues that exist around that. President Mark Golding, called a meeting of all of the Maroon chiefs last year. I believe it was November or December. It was, I believe, the first time that all the chiefs have come together. They spoke about a number of issues. Now, what is important to understand, and it is true of culture and cultural groups, is that not all ideas are homogeneous, which means that there are some things that they agree on and other things that each one wants to do in their own specific ways, which is absolutely their right. But the point is the approach. The approach is to say to the Maroon people, the state respects you. The state respects the contribution you have made to Jamaica. The state recognizes that this is a complex issue that has to do with land rights, that has to do with all of the various elements and so let us come to a set of decisions and consensus. Maybe I'm telling tales out of school. When I saw Mark Golding, our president of the People's National Party, in discussion with the Maroons and helping them in very practical ways to solve problems that have you, that have been contentious for many years, providing them with recommendations. Why don't you do it this way? Why don't you look at this as an option? Why don't you go in this direction? This legal opportunity exists for you. And it was in that moment that I recognized that this gentleman has a very specific knack of problem solving. Yeah. And that is one of the things that has made him, and this is not blowing hot air. Honestly, I watched him work with the Maroons in a room that had historically never happened before. And everybody was nodding at the end of the day. Everybody was like, yeah, okay, we can take this direction. Let's meet again. Now, for me in culture, very often it's not the measure, but it is the way that things are done with respect and honor. Jamaicans of all stripes, all they want to do is maintain their dignity. They don't want to be disrespected. They don't want people to believe that them bigger than them, or that they're being spoken down to, or that in the process of consultation, after you make your decision, you're going to come to me and ask me a question. Jamaicans are not interested. Culturally, Jamaicans are not interested in that sort of leadership. And so with the Maroons, like with the cultural and creative practitioners, it has to be participatory. Natalie Nita Headley, Natalie Nita Garvey spoke about it in her presentation the other day, participatory democracy. That has to be the approach, because they are paying your salary as somebody who is to help to facilitate their business, not the other way around.
Well, let me just say this, that I understand that some of the things, like you said, you can't talk out of school because you have your strategies, you have your plans, and for various reasons you'd like to keep those close to your chest. The only question I want to ask you, is there a plan to bring the Maroons together? I know the process has
We've
started.
done it already.
The process has started, but
Yeah.
but there is still division there. You would
Yes.
wouldn't. All right.
Yes.
So I'm asking, you don't have to mention the plan, but is there a plan that people are conceptually at least saying we need to get all of these groups together? And so even though somebody might say, well, you shouldn't even do it like a third person because we're all Maroons, but they know what I'm talking about. So is there a plan to get them together again, to kind of like to resolve the outstanding issues so we can move forward as a country?
Beyond it being beyond the plan, it's a principle. It is a principle of the process of cultural governance that is going to be brought by the People's National Party. It is a principle that insists that participatory governance is the most important element of decision making, that it is not about an administration making a decision for you. It is about a discussion about a set of decisions, and then coming to a conclusion as to the best direction to take.
You've got me there. My second question, I see Kevin chomping at the bit to come on. Second question, somebody, quite a few people in the chat, they're asking about the Noise Abatement Act, because you think that's stifling for small entrepreneurs to, when they have their dances and their parties, that you tell them they have to lock it off at 2 and they can't make any money. How do you see that? Is there any movement afoot to change it, to amend the law?
We are in the process now of reevaluating that legislation. Again, there are always two sides of a story. And I can tell it this way. A colleague of mine came to Jamaica, was staying with a friend in the area of Andrews Hospital around the time of Carnival. The JCDC had recently made available an area of the Louis Bennett Garden Theatre and Ranny Williams Theatre that they called the Courtyard, I believe. an outdoor area where they were having carnival parties, and she called me in distress. She said, Deborah, I know you're not in government, but whatever you can do, I cannot get to sleep. She's an older woman. She has come to Jamaica for her holiday, and she said, I've not had a day's sleep in the week and a half that I've been here. So that's one side of the person. That's one side of the story. And I think we need to honor that side of the story. On the other side of the story is the set of young people who want to go to carnival in an environment in which there are no entertainment spaces that are suitable, in an environment in which there has been no adequate investment, either private or public, in the development of spaces where entertainment can appropriately take place. And you recognize that it's the act in and of itself is sound. It is the other issues that surround the operations of entertainment that now, so the regulatory framework is reasonable. It speaks to decibel levels. It speaks to a cutoff time. If it's within earshot, it speaks to all of the various things. But what it doesn't speak to is the part where our entertainment policy has fallen short. Our entertainment policy has fallen short by not in 10 years having the appropriate entertainment zones that were prescribed in 2013, 10 years later. Yeah. by not ensuring that there are particular rules, that there's not been some form of training with the police, that the police can be told who have a job to do and know why they're doing what they're doing, but can be said that you cannot drag up a man by the scruff of his neck and say, turn off the sound boy, right? So there are elements of the process that operationally we need to look at, and one of them is finding the appropriate venues, making good on those promises for entertainment zones, where people can actually make their living in ways that that are suitable to them. The entertainment sector is $1 billion sector, and silently it's hardly even properly counted.
It's funny you mentioned that, because I was at Chelsea and the same grab up somebody by the scruff of the neck and said, turn off your sound. I was at a dance round this, and that's exactly what happened. Them just come in and just shut off.
Again,
I wanted to arrest them.
I'm very clear that very often where systems are in place, they are reasonable systems. It is how those systems are operationalized. And we need to create a culture of regard and respect across the board, so that the sound boy himself not tell the policeman about him
I agree.
when him see him approaching, right? So, that a lot of it has to do with how we do things. And yes, the legislation needs to be re-examined. And yes, we need to look at some of those standards. But if the entertainment sector doesn't have the appropriate infrastructure, it, with all of its potential, then it would be hypocritical of us to be then expecting growth from the entertainment sector. So we have to do what we have to do. We have to get serious about culture and creative industries.
All right. Can you give us some specifics? And here's why. Because I'm parsing everything you're saying, and I hear you saying, well, we haven't done this, we haven't done that, and there were promises made unfulfilled to date. Now, this government promised the Jamaican people, especially those in the tourism sector, that they would support community/cultural tourism. That's how I call it. It's a community, but it's part of culture as well. And I fought like crazy to find out if this was being done, where was it being done? And lo and behold, they came back and they said, no, We haven't supported it.
I'm not sure I understand what it is you're referring to, though.
They said cultural tourism, community
Oh,
tourism. Yeah, community tourism. They said we're going to support it, but then I got a response from them saying, no, we're not supporting it. We haven't
okay.
supported.
Let me tell
So
you where that came from.
okay,
In 2000, and I believe it was 3, what was called a, don't quote me, National Strategic Plan, Master Plan for Tourism Development. At that time, Portia Simpson Miller was the Minister of Tourism. And that's why I know, because I was in the Ministry of Tourism with her. The Master Plan for the Development of Tourism was published at that time. And at the core of it was tourism, community tourism. I remember that because I remember going on all of the tours with Mrs. Simpson Miller, Minister Simpson Miller, who, before she became Prime Minister Simpson Miller, to all of the craft venues, to all of the areas in which this community tourism would take place. And this was the bailiwick of her approach to tourism at the time. And it remained a part of the master plan. And that master plan continues to have elements that continue to be agreed upon. So it was supposed to be one of those strategies that would take us across administrations. No matter who made up the government, this is the area that we would look at. But each government would look at particular areas of that. And unfortunately, that was not one of the areas until recently, fighting phantoms, when the government has indicated that they are now interested in community tourism and community entertainment, now that it has become a major pillar of the cultural and creative industries plan for the People's National Party.
It's funny that you said that. No, they're saying that they would, they're interested, but at the same time, they're sending me communication saying we haven't done anything about it. So I don't know how to read it. You haven't done anything, but you plan to do it, or we're not doing it at all.
Ratigan, those are the phantoms. Those are they, and they exist everywhere. So you will see something pop up online about an announcement, or you'll see something, about an activity, or you'll see some, and it all looks phenomenal. And discerning Jamaicans get the impression of all of this activity, and it's not a phantom you can easily fight, because it is very difficult to debunk a perception of activity that is reasonably crafted, even if there's very little behind it.
That's why we say around here that it's easy to fool people, but it's difficult to convince those people that they've been fooled.
Yeah, I have even had to say in a public forum that it is very easy to make a list of projects and programs and rattle them off, tick them off, tick the boxes, easy, right? And you can do it on ChatGPT. They can do it for you. You can, additionally, especially in the world of cultural policy, where every single international agency now has a roadmap to cultural and creative industries development. So here is a clincher about cultural and creative industries development, Ratigan. It is easy to create a plan like that. It is the approach to the plan that is important. And if that approach is not coherent, make your decision.
I just love listening to your talk, because you don't approach the issue with a mindset that I am right, you're wrong.
Oh, no, not at all. Because you see, this plan, and again, full transparency. In 2017, I was hired by the ministry as a consultant to write the cultural economy plan. In 2019, I was hired to do a revision of that. Now, if you notice, those years were under this ministry. Yeah. So I know what the plan looked like and what it should look like and what has been in and out of it. In 2021, as a part of my UNESCO work, I was a part of the national team that was involved in the process of creating those plans. There's no it's not magic. It's there are very rational elements that have been included as a part of international, regional. I could tell you about Mr. Pattison and his regional development plan for cultural and creative industries. But at this juncture, in 2025, when nothing has been done for 10 years, yeah, for the last 10 years in terms of pulling together that strategic direction that CARICOM has called for, that UNESCO has called for, the World Bank has called for, IMF has called for, all of them have called for, the EU has called for. In all of the studies, I can show them to you. Yeah? In the fact that it has not been done means that there is a significant problem. And that in the last year, there is an indication that it has been done. 1 year out of 10. Again, that just gives you a clear understanding of exactly where we are.
Dr. Deborah Hickling Gordon is now Minister of.
No.
No, it's a question I ask you. Easy, no.
I tell you, I don't jump the gun. We have a lot of work before we get there. We have to win the election first.
I'm not setting you up. Let's ask you a question for kind of get kind of see how how your mind works in terms of priorities.
It's only role play, Deborah. It's only role play.
I can do that. I was an actress. I can do that.
So you are now the minister of that ministry. Give me an idea of what your priorities are from day one, and if you have a timetable to say, okay, these are the things I'd like to accomplish within the first year or so. Okay. What would be your top 3 priorities in that ministry?
Putting in the participatory process, yeah? Reinstating the National Cultural and Creative Industries Commission. And that means bringing on all of the professional organizations of culture and creative industries and reinstating that commission, and all of the ministries, departments, and agencies, getting them together, hopefully to be chaired by the Prime Minister, because it has it is that significant, so that these sectors are making the decisions for the development of the cultural and creative industries for themselves. Governance is one of the major things that's on my mind, right? The second thing is looking towards the economic, getting the economic impact issues sorted through. I need to be able to go to the Minister of Finance and say to him, this is our percentage, and as a result, we'd like to be able to do things in this certain way, right? I can't do that if I don't have the empirical data, yeah? The third thing would be about creating that enabling environment for cultural and creative industries, and it's only third because it could be first, but it's only third because there are certain things that you need to have in place in terms of the structures in order to advance the agendas for training and business development and so on. And the structuring of the fund, ensuring that there is the process of ensuring that the fund disbursement can be done efficiently in association with the DBJ. So those would be the 4 things and fifth, the community development agenda, getting that started. The single regulatory authority, which is one of the things that we are very clear on, one space where decisions are made with regards to events and activities and the licensing of those, in association with the municipal councils, to kind of set some standards. So standards would be one thing, Governance in terms of participatory governance would be another, ensuring that there is some access to finance issues as soon as possible. And yeah, so those are basically the ones that I would look to immediately: the economic impact assessment and community development. Those
All
are my
right.
5.
Now let me ask you a question that you've definitely avoided over the time that we've been here, and you've deferred to the party leader, and see you start to smile already. But I think you know where I'm going with this.
Let's hear it.
No, so I'm gonna ask it another way, because I've asked you a couple of ways and you've answered, but the answer's been like it's tempered. You know, it's one of those things where you say, okay, I'm only gonna say this and no more. So let me ask you a different way now. Where does Dr. Deborah Hickling Gordon see herself January 2026?
Making a significant contribution to cultural and creative industries development in Jamaica and the Caribbean, and of course, in particular, small island developing states. How is that?
Oh. Kevin, you can't help but love her.
Well done.
Ah, gosh.
Well played.
And she said,
Thank you.
You've been paying attention to him, right?
Mm.
You've been watching him. I can tell.
yeah. And Kevin, you know what she said? I just said there. And then she said, I just
Yup.
said, no, go no
Yep.
further.
Right there.
Well,
Yes, indeed.
you know what to use. Let me see if I see a lot of questions coming in. Okay, no man. Hey, let me tell you something. If it's one thing I want to notice with Deborah, is that Deborah can manage herself. Deborah is a true professional. Deborah is the consummate professional. You can
Thank
see
you.
the way she move around. You can see it. She's not an amateur. She's far from. In fact, I shouldn't put the word amateur in a sentence with her.
Oh, Lord, you're making me blush, man. What's happening?
No, because it would be it's an insult. Because this lady you're looking at, people, is what Jamaica needs. This is the epitome of leadership. You know why? Because she has a very clear vision. And you know what they say about when you don't have vision? The people perish. This you're looking at, and I hope some of you go back and play this tape over and look and listen to the things
You know, the young people do.
That's a dance. That's a dance, ma'am.
I know. You're making me dance.
Yeah, shake it to the max. Do you think?
No. Said right. If you know, said there's spiritual intelligence in this lady. There is so much intelligence, and on top of that, she has the experience to go along with it, and she has the practical knowledge. Like you said, she's the full package. She comes with the theory, but she also comes with the practical, and she comes with leadership. I look forward to a day when you, and I know you don't want me to say it because you're very modest, you're very humble, and that's one of that I'm telling you. You know, you could come out here and spew off a whole bunch of things and go on, but you haven't, and it's a testament to who you truly are. And I just hope
you couldn't wait till I come off to say these things.
We give flowers when people right there with us, you know.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, gentlemen. I really do.
No, because here's what happened, Deborah. On this program, people come on and we do our homework back here, right? And so we ask some of the tough questions and things like that. But when you have somebody who's prepared, somebody who's knowledgeable, somebody who's experienced, and somebody who can explain what they're doing, there is no need for this. Like Kevin said, there's no need for it to be an interview or an interrogation. What we're having is a discussion. And the
For
discussion is
sure.
so that we can flesh out some of the big ticket items as far as culture and creative industries are concerned, so that people can understand. Because that's one of the things we do around here. We try to get our people, and I'm telling you, I must commend them, because they are taking to this thing like you wouldn't believe, where we get people to be thinkers, we get people to be creative. And if you didn't know, one of the segments we have on, and we didn't do it today, is interrogation and interviewing techniques, where we teach people how to formulate questions for politicians, how to parse the words, how to understand when no is no and no is yes and it's maybe, and also to do your preparation, because you can't come and ask like we do role playing. We did it this past Wednesday, where we had a lady who came on, and I was just teaching them, and then she was asking me a bunch of questions and all that. Big up yourself, Miss P. And what happened, I said to her when she finished, I said to her, no, when you ask a politician 10 questions, you know what they're going to do? They're going to find a question that they can answer, and then they're going to dismiss you. So they're going to answer one, and they're going to say, okay, and it's going to be a good answer. And what they also try to do is show that you're not prepared. And then they dismiss you and say, next question. So we do all of that stuff around here. So that's why I'm telling you that you coming along is refreshing for this program, because here it is that you've come when a lot of people decided we not go around this, so we not go because them are going to do this and them are going to do that. But I hope that those people who are afraid to come, they understand what it's like to be a professional, they understand what it's like to be prepared, they understand what it's like to be a leader. There's nothing to be fearful of.
Well, you see, I guess it is that I'm very clear that I am not the arbiter of all knowledge, and anywhere I go, I must be able to learn something from the people, and that comes with listening. So I say that to say that there is no fear of an interview, save and except if you know that somebody coming to stick you up. Yeah.
Discussion we're having.
Yeah, or a discussion, yes, because you know that you go into these discussions with some people who have designed the process to stick you up, right? So you go in with your back up, or your back comes up the moment you realize that you're in a hostile environment. But I suppose when you're dealing with people who are reasonable and are able to see, and that's the thing about culture too, there's no right answer. There's no perfect answer, because your perspective of a situation and my perspective, based on my socialization, based on where I'm from, based on the geography, based on my being a woman and you're being a man, may differ. And what you need to do is find the middle ground and the best come to a consensus position, because there has to be a decision about going forward. It don't make sense to leave with with perspectives that are night and day. You might as well decide, okay, so what we're going to do is this, and this part might suit you and that part might not suit you. I learned that from Sister P, who was a master negotiator. I spent 15 years with her. She was I'm it's remarkable some of the things that she was able to achieve just by kind of weighing the balance. It's important. It's an important part of the process.
Kevin,
And culture, you can't go any other way.
Kevin,
I look forward to you coming back and hanging out with us.
Anytime
do.
you're ready. Just call me anytime you're ready.
Remember you said that it's recorded.
Yeah. And what?
Hey, the confidence, boy. We shouldn't bother said nothing to her till she got for real. No, I'm doing killing two birds with one stone here, because I am saying my parting words on this platform to prepare to go on air in the next 8 minutes on
Another
Radio Global
air?
Radio for the Saturday Stew.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Well, is kind of the same here.
Mhm.
But yeah, and I'll say this, ladies and gentlemen, Reggae Global Radio. In the next 8 minutes, the Saturday stew is on, and I'll speak it out loud. We're celebrating Ed Robinson on his Earth date and his new EP that came out today on his Earth date called God's Presence. So come on over. Those of you that listening on Reggae Global, stay right where you are. You're good. Those of you watching on the Global Base TV, all the better. So, Deborah, thank you.
Yes,
It's been really insightful and encouraging to see that there's still hope, and the hope flame
absolutely.
burns bright.
Remember, it
So,
all comes down
thank
to
you for that.
who we are and making the right choices and decisions for where we want to go. That's all culture is.
Yes.
Before you leave, Kevin, because you
Yes.
still have 8 minutes. I don't know where you're going, because normally you stay till a minute before. So I don't know where to rush. No, But anyway, anyway,
Yes, brother.
what I'd like you to do, no, what I'd like you to do is this. We've asked you about who you are, and we've asked you tons of questions about policy, about ideas, about this and about that. What I'd like you to do is, at this point, is just speak to us about your hope, your desire for our country, how we can make it better. Just talk to us about that.
Mhm.
And before you even answer,
Okay.
Deborah, real quick, somebody said it in the chat earlier, and I think
Mhm.
somebody said it again. There's a rally coming up
Mhm.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
if
26th.
you can't play Kevin,
That's
you
next
can't find
week.
it on Twitter. So Deborah can see it.
The flyer, I
Yeah,
can find it.
yeah.
People are saying you should be there
Oh,
because it is
okay.
important. It's not a political
And
thing. It's nothing political at all.
it's about civics. It's
But
about civics. And
it's
no, Kevin, the
yes.
thing about it is that I hope you
One,
don't have that same
one.
friend.
Let me find
I
it.
hope you don't have that same friend staying by Andrews, because it's over at the Ronnie Williams Center.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, as looking for the flyer to put it up real quick.
All right. Just send.
But
Once I get the information, I'll be happy to come.
Yeah, it's gonna
okay,
be it's
so
it's a
we
daytime
can send
event.
it on.
It's
All right.
and it's about seeing the Constitution and cost of living, all the issues associated with that through the prism of civics. What does it mean to be a Jamaican? In
That's all culture. All of that is culture. All of it is, and we can dissect it from that perspective. But to just kind of wrap up,
Okay.
in terms of the question that you asked before, today is my would have been my mother's birthday, my late mother, and she was a broadcaster as well. And my parents kind of grew us up to understand that Jamaica is our home and there must be nowhere that we can go or be afraid to go. And there must be no one that we believe that we are better than. That that there are lots of trials and challenges that exist in this country, and that the only I grew up in a family where we sat down for dinner every evening at 6 o'clock and had a discussion about the problems and issues. And sometimes those problems were as big as the theories of dialectics. My father was a psychiatrist, or it was as little as not doing your homework the night before.
Mhm.
And I am very clear that there is no problem that we can't solve if we put our minds to it. And I'm clear that we have to come together and we have to be able to, as Mark Golding has indicated, we need to come to the decisions that we come to from an ethical perspective. That has to be at the center of everything that we do. And it is time for us to move in that direction. Cultural change is required in that direction. leadership change is required, because we can't continue in the way that we are continuing. And you know, we look even at the rest of the world. We see what's happening in, you know, with Israel and Iran. We see what's happening with parades in the United States. We see the whole world is kind of, you know, in this state of flux. And we can only start these things through if we make a concerted effort to do it together, in this together.
Well, before you go,
We're in
let
this
me
together.
just read you, and I'm getting a whole bunch of comments about you. But I'll just read you one, just one, and it encapsulates everything that's been said about you. It says, Deborah's father is the late, great Dr. Frederick Hickling. And here's a part about you. She's a brilliant, sweet woman. Deborah, thank you for joining us.
Thank
And
you.
we look forward to having you again. Remember now, this is your place. This is your
Yeah,
place.
yeah. Just shout me, man. Shout me when you're ready. I'm here.
Blessings. Take care.
Take care. Have a
Be
good
well.
evening.
All right. Take care
Take
now.
care. Bye.
All right, take care. This
All
better just determined to go right down
All right. What was it? 7:58? Oh, we have to play some
to
music.
the wire.
So, folks,
Say it, Rebel. Say it.
no, here up, folks. We have 2 minutes. Kevin, I'll go in a minute. But here's what happened. Remember the petition, the magnetic petition. Please
You need to turn down the music.
See for yourself.
The music too loud.
What was that?
Know for
The
yourself.
music too loud.
Your
Turn
eyes.
down the music.
See for yourself.
That's because the music too loud.
You can't hear me? I
see,
can't hear you.
I don't know why you're not hearing me.
I
But the
can't hear
music
you.
too loud.
Okay.
The music too
all right.
loud.
Here what?
See, I tell you now, I'm still
Tune in
working on
now.
him.
Tune in now, because Kevin I gonna start spin and stir the pot in about a minute, and after Kevin I will return, and we have some jump up 70s 80s, you know, up tempo R&B. We'll have some fun. Yeah, the fun continues. Kevin I gonna start it now. Una don't kill out on yourself, you know, because we're having a dance tonight. Last week we need to relax. We're not gonna dance tonight. So here what? Until then, una take care of yourself. Be well. All right.
Your eyes. Know for yourself.